All right, welcome back, everybody. We are in the committee of the whole meeting for the District of Squamish for March 10th. On item 4.1, which is staff reports, the land development procedures bylaw review and update, and I'll pass it over to Philip to get us going. Is that correct? Thank you very much. Go ahead, staff.
Great, thank you. Okay. Good morning. So staff are reporting back to council. Sorry. Oh, yeah. Let's start it. Phil Gibbins, Planning Department, and I have Jessie Fletcher, Manager of Development Planning, and Jonas Valenishkas, Senior Director of Planning, with me today. Okay. Staff are.
Do we still have an echo? Yeah. How about now? We'll just take a quick pause. It's how about now? No. There we go. We're back on. No more echo in the room. Thank you very much for the quick pause. We'll pass it back over to staff. Thank you.
Okay, staff are reporting back to the committee with an update on the impacts of previous changes to the land development procedures bylaw and seeking council committee feedback on additional updates to that bylaw and other operational updates. Today's discussion includes some background information, a review of the impact of previous bylaw updates, and 4 proposed updates for council's direction. Number 1, development permit delegation criteria. Number 2, public consultation for rezoning applications. Number 3, hearings for development variance permits and temporary use permit applications. And number 4, the use of surety bonds for security for development permits and servicing agreements. And finally, a permit processing time review. So many legislative and policy changes have been implemented related to increasing housing supply over the last 5 years. Those include such as Bill 44 and Housing Accelerator Fund. As staff work with this new legislation, bylaws and policy, we've been adapting over time and proposing incremental updates to council for consideration. The report also follows up on processing improvements and development incentives from the February 10th Committee of the Whole meeting to bring some requested analysis forward for review and proposed bylaw updates, which received support at that committee meeting. It is council's discretion to direct staff today on how to implement or not each of these proposed bylaw updates. So a review of the 2024 and 2025 permit data was undertaken to review the impact of previous legislation and bylaw updates since 2023. So as shown here, 2 of 7 development variance permits were now delegated. 1 additional development permit was delegated, and there have been 10 building permits for 4plexes or triplexes that no longer require a development permit at all. For context, 3 of these did require permits, but that was before the changes were implemented. And so number one, development permit delegation criteria. So additional delegation was proposed at the February 10th Committee of the Whole meeting, which received some support from council, but additional information was requested. The previous update to increase the commercial delegation from 300 to 400 square meters only allowed one additional application to be delegated. The new proposal for 50 units of residential and no limit for commercial/industrial would allow for the delegation of additional 6 applications over the 2024-2025 period. The review of delegation of development permit processing time and delegation criteria didn't daylight any clear criteria to be implemented. However, these proposed changes will allow more small to medium-sized projects to be delegated and may encourage additional employment space. Large applications and those with variances would still be brought forward for council decision. And when considering these additional delegations of staff, council should be comfortable that staff's review of guidelines generally aligns with council direction. For context, council typically provides most input on applications which request variances, and these will remain with council. Amendments to the Local Government Act aimed at increasing housing supply have now prohibited public hearings for applications which are primarily residential. Public hearings are now also optional for commercial rezoning, and that's at council's request. There is a risk that receiving comments during council consideration of a rezoning bylaw that it may be considered the same as holding a public hearing, now prohibited. The proposed bylaw update defines a comment period where the comments may be received and form part of the record, and this is up until notice is given for bylaw readings. Comments may still be provided to council directly through email or sent to staff, but they would not form part of the record. Additionally, to inform the public better on how they can engage and provide input into development applications, staff are requesting direction from council to update the development and project communication policy and project information meeting policy. These policies outline the expectations and requirements for how the district and applicant communicate information to the public regarding development applications and when applicants are required to hold these project information meetings. The third item, hearings. So currently the district holds hearings for non-delegated development variance permits and temporary use permit applications. These hearings are not in fact legislated or formalized in any district bylaws or policy. So staff are requesting feedback on the future of these discretionary hearings. Staff have prepared the bylaw to remove the requirement, but will amend following council direction. So operationally, staff recommend formalizing this process. And finally, notice to the public would still be provided for these applications in accordance with legislation, and written comments would still be received and attached to the report to council when they are brought forward for decision making. Third item, so surety bonds feedback at the Feb 10th committee meeting was to include surety bonds as an acceptable form of security. Staff are proposing to update both the Land Development Procedures Bylaw and Subdivision Development Control Bylaw. This would allow surety bonds to be used as security for both development permits and servicing agreements. As requested at the February 10th committee meeting, it was a review of permit processing time for development applications. The review of each permit type shown on the slide was provided as an appendix to the report to council. And the next steps, if directed to implement updates, a project page will be posted on the district website and staff will bring back the bylaw amendments for readings. Recommendation one is to receive an update in which staff reviewed the previous member data to understand the impacts of previous updates to the Land Development Procedures Bylaw and the OCP. Number two, for committee to provide feedback to staff on each of the 4 proposed updates to the Land Development Procedures Bylaw. 3, to direct staff to bring back an amendment to the Subdivision Development Control Bylaw to include surety bonds for servicing agreement security. And finally, number 4 is to direct staff to undertake a project to update the development and project communication policy and the project information meeting policy. And we'll now take questions, comments. Thank you.
Thanks to staff for the presentation. We'll go to council for any questions at this time. Councillor French, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to better understand the no public hearing aspect of the temporary use permits. So my understanding with temporary use permits is that the applicant either satisfies the TUP criteria or not. And when all the criteria is met, according to the staff person or people that are overseeing the process, then the permit is issued. Am I correct in that? Or are there times when it doesn't play out that way with the TUP?
Through the chair, temporary use permits are discretionary as distinct from development permits.
Does that answer your question, Councillor French?
No.
Would you like to rephrase it or ask for further clarity?
So, today's temporary use permit conversation stems from land development agreement. Am I correct in saying that we have other bylaws, policies, procedures that dictate specifics around temporary use permits? It's not just LDA that touches on how TUPs are handled?
Thank you through the chair. If I understand correctly, the Land Development Procedures Bylaw has procedures in how temporary use permits are processed. The official community plan has policy which dictates which considerations should be made as it relates to temporary use permits.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I realized I'm conflating LDA and permit policy. Okay, so I think really what I wanted to get at is potential hypothetical future scenarios. In part 11.3, it pretty succinctly says no public hearing to be held for temporary use permit. And then my reading of sections 11.1 and 11.2 and then 11.3 leaves me with the feeling like there won't be any more TUP hearings like we saw relating to the flotels currently docked in Howe Sound. So I'm wondering in the future, if we were to move forward with the staff proposal, if Woodfibre LNG came forward with a significant plant maintenance project with a proposal for a flotel to house the workforce for, say, a month or 2, am I to understand that if we make the change that's suggested, there would be no public hearing to consider a temporary use application like the one I've outlined?
Go ahead, staff.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Pettingill, did I see your hand? Go ahead.
Yeah, if I'm correct, though, our current our policies in the OCP sort of speaks to a number of things which are fairly subjective. One of them is including, I can't remember the exact wording, but it said including all other policies in the OCP. So the criteria, just for clarity, is There are some things, depending on the project, where you might see certain OCP policies at odds with one another. And so there would need to be a value judgment of some sort. Like there's not a clear objective sort of counting number of buildings or something. There's some subjectivity in analyzing the criteria. Is that accurate?
I will pass it to staff. That is, staff are seeking feedback from council as to whether this is something we feel comfortable with, waiving or public hearings for temporary use permits. Temporary use permits by their nature are a request to conduct a use that is contrary to the existing zoning for a temporary time. And so whether that is sufficiently whether we feel comfortable with that or not, or future council feel comfortable with that, delegating that decision to staff is what they're seeking feedback from us on, whether we feel comfortable explicitly not using or not holding a public hearing. We'd still hold the decision-making component of it, but what staff are requesting is whether we feel comfortable explicitly saying we wouldn't hold a public hearing as it relates to that.
Yeah, can I retract my question? Actually, I want to ask a different one. So with what's proposed, council would not have the option to hold a public hearing in relation to a TUP. But the situation we have now is it's at council direction. And if council feels on a particular issue it is warranted, we can do so, but we are not required to hold a public hearing for TUP. So we have the option right now in the proposals to take away that option from us, essentially from ourselves.
Go ahead, Steph.
So the chair is correct. If, as written, it would not permit any hearings going forward.
Okay, but we don't have to have a hearing right now if we don't want to.
Ms. Fletcher?
Thank you, through the chair. That is correct. I just want to clarify that currently there is no written way in which we're holding, not holding. It's been following past practice.
Thank you for the clarification. Mayor Herford, go ahead.
On this matter, the TUPs and the public hearings, we delegate I'm just thinking of thresholds. Like, did in staff's research, did you come up with any? It seems to like hold them or not hold them. But as I think about our policy here on up to a certain level, we delegate the decision altogether, and then there's some that come to council, and we do hearings with those. Did you find any other sort of steps? So I'm thinking like something substantial. We've had some examples of substantial ones. There might be a trigger for a public hearing at a certain size, and then those would really be the exception. Like, we don't see these massive things often. Like, and that's where I think the value is. So, did you come across anything that was like had that additional steps in it?
To the chair, we didn't do analysis on that in particular, looking at different sized applications.
If I may just take a clarifying question on this, we do have examples recently where, so for like the second flotel, for example, for wood fiber, council decided not to go forward with a public hearing. And so we have had examples in the past year where council has directed one way or the other. Am I correct in saying that? If staff can just clarify.
That is correct. I just also wanted to add that for defining temporary use permit thresholds is quite tricky because there's always quite unique situations. So finding a size might not get to the intent of what council maybe are thinking about.
Councillor Pettingill, go ahead.
Yeah, just related, other than the first TUP where we did elect to have a hearing, I can't recall what we termed a public hearing in relation to any other TUP. So is that the one instance in the two terms I've had, or have we had other instances of a public hearing around a TUP in the last two terms?
Thank you for the chair. We have, as past practice, held hearings as part of temporary use permits, and slowly they've been less frequent, but that's more of a changing practice as opposed to an operational change.
Sorry, can I clarify? The hearings have been less frequent or TUPs have been less frequent?
Through the chair, hearings have been less frequent, though in the past we have held hearings for TUPs.
Council, other questions on the report before us? Councillor Hamilton, go ahead.
Thanks very much. My question is regarding the public consultation period and the difference between what I call hearing from the public and a public hearing. Now, a public hearing is a structured moment in a meeting where we explicitly hear from members of the public verbally, whereas hearing from the public, we receive those comments, we can receive them in written form, and we put them on the public record. I really appreciated the clarity in the report on the definition of when we receive a comment that goes to the public record. So the staff proposal is to only receive communication that goes to the public record if it's received before the notice of first reading or up until the notice of first reading. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
So when is that notice of first reading? So describe for me, I think I know, but what is the notice of first reading? Who is communicated the notice of first reading, and how is that communicated with them?
Through the chair, the notice prior to first reading is a legislative requirement in the Local Government Act. And it's sent out to neighbouring properties within 100 metres as defined in our bylaw. It's the same notice requirement that would be done for a public hearing, but instead it is provided prior to first reading of the bylaw. And notice is also put in the newspaper.
So when is the deadline to receive comment?
Through the chair, the deadline is prior to the notice being put out. The public wouldn't know that the application's going for bylaw readings until they're notified. And at that point, the bylaw that's going to be brought forward has already been written. So the idea is to receive the comments prior to actually writing the bylaw, which is going to be brought forward for that reading to council.
Through the chair, if I may just add clarity, the notice is sent out approximately 10 days prior to the meeting, and the notice is published in the paper, the 2 papers prior to the meeting, so approximately 12 days to council considering the bylaw.
And so comments hitting the public, so I'm confused by how the public is going to know. There seems to be, this must be my misunderstanding, because it sounds like we're not going to receive comments after we've told public that there's a first reading coming. And I'm sure I'm misunderstanding something. When is the public expected to know, or where is their opportunity to know that there's a bylaw coming so that they know to give us comments and feedback? There's carts and horses here that I must be misaligning.
Through the chair, you're not really, because it's kind of an oddity of the change in legislation where you were notifying previously for a public hearing, and then it was telling people that you now have an opportunity to provide comment. This notification is telling people that there's a bylaw reading to happen, but it doesn't invite them to provide any comment on that. So the time for providing any comments on a bylaw is prior to it being brought forward.
Before they know that it's coming forward? I'm really confused.
And I think the piece that I think is important to clarify here, or maybe we can ask staff to clarify. So Bill 44 prohibits us from holding a public hearing. It doesn't prohibit us from receiving comments. And so I'm curious why staff are suggesting that comments not be received after first reading. Like, the other option here is to receive comments until third reading. But it feels tricky that we wouldn't receive any feedback from the community at this time.
Sorry, thank you through the chair. If I may just clarify first, there is an engagement period with each project that is an application for rezoning. That is with the signposting on the property. We maintain the development showcase, and if is enough interest in the project, that typically will require the developer to hold a public information meeting. Through this period, we're having more dialogue with the public, and that feedback is being used to help shape the project, and staff can then respond with the applicant to that. The change, all those comments get included to council as part of the record. Any comments on the bylaw received after notification of bylaw readings, now that the bylaw has been prepared in after reviewing policies and input during this engagement period, are presented to council. Everything afterwards is not, but could be sent to council through like directly, but not as part of the record. And I'm sorry, Councillor Stoner, could you repeat your question?
I guess I'm just curious why we wouldn't enable comments to come forward until third reading, given that that has been typical practice.
Thank you, through the chair. So the issue with receiving comments after the reading has been considered is that it can be construed as a public hearing. So there's a risk that due process is not followed for that bylaw and it could be challenged legally. It is important that we operationalize when we finish receiving comments so it doesn't look as though a public hearing is being held or one is prohibited.
Go ahead, Councillor Pangill.
Yeah, I guess a couple things. So the proposal here is for a public hearing, for things where there is still a public hearing, we cannot even receive, like it's not about whether or not it's on the record, we just simply cannot receive comments after the public hearing until approval or rejection of the proposal. What we're talking about here is that we can receive comments throughout, but they only become part of the record up until first reading is the proposal. Is that accurate? Or notice of first reading? Is that accurate?
Through the chair, that is correct.
And I guess why do we feel that is legally different? And I guess in the background too is in some municipalities, they seem to accept comments, as I understand it, throughout the process. So I'm trying to understand, why we feel we need to be sort of so restrictive in terms of receiving comments. Is that like, I can understand like, there's always a legal risk, but trying to understand like how serious is that risk and looking at the broader context in our other practice, and we would still, like, it seems like we will still be getting feedback after this sort of pseudo public hearing, right? The rationale is like first notice of first is now like a public hearing. But if that were the case, we shouldn't be receiving anything, right? Because that's been our practice with public hearings, I think.
Thank you through the chair. Many municipalities are moving towards this model of not receiving comments as part of the record following notification of first reading. Bill 44 prohibited public hearings for residential developments in 2024. So as of now, we're similar to a lot of municipalities that we're still changing and trying to adapt to the implications of that. We are confident that legally we should put an end date to when we receive comments as part of the public record to ensure that our bylaws remain on side with the legislation.
Follow up, Councillor Pettingill.
I'm not sure it's an open follow-up. I guess I struggle. I'm getting into comments.
As I understand the legislation, it does require us to give notice when a public hearing is not being held. So how do we incorporate that into our notification?
To the chair, when for applications where it is still possible under legislation to hold a public hearing, the notice is given the same as when one is prohibited prior to first reading of the bylaw.
So we send out notification prior to first reading that a public hearing is not being held under Bill 440 or 44 or whatever legislation.
To the chair, that's correct. It references, I don't have the particular section of legislation off the top of my head, but that's correct.
Councillor Pettingill?
Yeah, have staff given any thought? Like, I think the current practice in the community is to really start paying attention at the earliest, as a whole community, when first reading is coming up to council, when people can see the report, it's on the package, and that's where people start really thinking about it, hits the media. So if we're going to move away from that, I understand and do see the value in getting feedback early. So what other processes, or how do we adjust, if we're going to take this path, making sure that people sort of learn or see what's coming, see a draft bylaw or something tangible, so we can have, it's not just the 5 people in the direct neighborhood that got the 100-meter notice, but like how do we sort of mitigate or still provide that opportunity?
Through the chair, staff have proposed as part of the recommendations a project in which we would be updating the project communication policy and policy around public information meetings to help engage earlier with the community and provide awareness of these projects, so we could try and get that feedback earlier in the process before it gets brought forward to bylaw readings.
And if I may add, through the chair, through the Housing Accelerator Fund, planning has had access to a dedicated communication staff who has identified opportunities on the development review website to ensure that it's more clear without making massive changes to help us as we communicate out project status to the public.
On this specifically? Quick follow-up, then I'm going to go someone.
Yeah, so would that go as far as, it sounds like that wouldn't go as far as people being able to see a draft bylaw, like this is far prior to sort of something more tangible to understand where we're headed? Is that correct? Like it's sort of more of a, hey, something is coming up, come and provide feedback, but there's probably not, if it's going to be a comms person, a tangible draft bylaw or something. Is there?
Through the chair, that's not current practice, but it's something that would be possible. And we would welcome feedback on.
Mayor Herford.
Just reflecting on the days when we had more public hearings and the rule and what that meant in practice for the elected leaders. When we had, after public hearing, we couldn't speak about it, and all those things. We can't speak to anyone in the public about it. We're not receiving any more submissions, all that. That level is that same level applied to this from mitigating the legal risk? Like, are we setting ourselves up for anyone that wants to provide feedback on these things to try to seek us out and have or are we going to full lockdown on from feedback from the community as we contemplate readings in this scenario? Or is it just the submissions? Like, I'm trying to understand these and think it through as to what that would look like in practice from both the community trying to impact a decision of council and council trying to come to an informed decision, incorporating that feedback. So I'm struggling with this being so early, but so essentially would it be the same condition as we've had with following public hearing?
Through the chair, no, it wouldn't be to the same level of when public hearings were previously held and no additional information to be provided.
So then how do we I understand we're protecting aiming to protect our process. But given that variability, to me, it's either lockdown or it's something else, and it seems to be in between. How do we define what a submission is in this case? And is that a conversation in a one-on-one? Is that, while we're at the grocery store picking bananas, we have someone says that hey, that thing over the way there, I don't like it, or I love it and it's great. Like, how do we, can you help us sort of think about what this look like in practice?
Thank you through the chair. I'll try, and it may require further conversation. However, the holding of a public hearing when you're not holding a public hearing is part of the issue. So if you're receiving comments to a certain point, and that's not well defined, it can show the appearance of a public hearing where there is none. With other bylaw amendments to other bylaws, there are no hearings and none of the comments form part of the public record. So it is sort of an anomaly that this bylaw that is now treated the same as other bylaws would still receive comments throughout the process, and that would form part of the record. Whereas when you're considering a different bylaw that has not historically had a hearing, you may receive direct communication on that bylaw throughout the process from the public, and that would not be at risk. But it's that appears of having a public hearing while you're not supposed to have one either by bylaw or legislation, and then receiving comments can make that appears that you are having a public hearing, so that you'd be offside legally. I would add to that that we would receive feedback on when the time to cut comments off are. That needs to be clearly communicated to the public and operationalized within our bylaw. The notice of first reading is a sensible point from an operational perspective. Adding comments to the agenda as they're receiving up until the day of the meeting has been challenging for staff in the past. So this seemed like a decent point, given that we do have engagement periods associated with development files where we run the development showcase and we have the signs up, and we're typically in communication with members of the public who have feedback on that, which we can then use to develop the bylaw to respond to both the developers' requirements and or requests and the community's concerns.
So if I can just seek some clarity here, the assertion that receiving comments on a bylaw up until like from between first reading and third reading, there's a risk that that is considered a public hearing. Is that what I'm hearing from staff?
To the chair, that's correct. The public hearing is held after first and second reading and prior to third. So that's kind of the time when you would be holding that public hearing typically.
A public hearing is a very like defined factor though. And so where are we getting the insight that public receiving comments on a bylaw is a public hearing? Thank you, through the CAO.
Thank you. Through the chair, staff are confident that this aligns with the legislation, that receiving comments can look like a public hearing and there's risk to council to doing so.
Thank you for that clarity. I'm going to mull on that. Do we have any other questions on other elements of this report at this time? I have a few, not seeing any of my council's hands. Thank you for all the work in terms of some insights on processing times for the various permits. It was definitely enlightening. I am curious if any of these elements, so between building permit, servicing agreements and development permits, do any of those occur concurrently? So as I calculate it for a townhouse, the average time it's taking is almost 36 months to get through our application process time. I don't see anything in the recommendations that would likely expedite that substantially. And so I'm just curious if any of those three components can happen in parallel, or if it really is one after the other.
Through the chair, there are some overlap, and servicing agreements and building permits happen at the same time. But typically, well, you need your development permit before you move forward with the other applications.
One other element. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
To what Philip said, it is allowed. So anybody can, once they apply for a development permit, can apply for a building permit and servicing agreement. The applicants typically don't, or they will do that at the end of the development permit process because there's still, uncertainty in the design. But it is possible.
Thank you for that. And then one thing that wasn't clear in the numbers presented was actually like how many applications or permits this is reflective of. So like in the building permit processing timetable, it says 10 permits from 2024-25 have not reached approval, but there's no, for multiplexes, but there's no sense of 10 out of how many permits. So I'm just curious if that's a number that I would appreciate you might not have here today, but is that something that can come back to us in terms of percentage of permits that are going through?
Through the chair, certainly that's something we can bring back.
And then I was also curious, and I don't want to derail us too much, like there's a staff recommendation here for some very clear, specific amendments to the land development procedures bylaw. But feels like it's a little bit of a mismatch to Appendix A in terms of the development processing times, and what we're proposing to change feels like it's kind of things around the edges as opposed to like the nitty gritty of where we're at with our application process. So I'm just curious if staff have any plans or proposals, or if it's within your work plan at all to do a deeper dive review on what some of the biggest challenges are for permitting times.
Thank you through the chair. Generally speaking, we are continuously looking at our operations and looking for efficiencies as part of the housing target order that the district received and the housing accelerator fund. We have been meeting on a monthly basis to look at permits and how they're moving and where we are running into roadblocks. So it's continuous work as opposed to one singular project to overhaul our applications and permitting.
I'll mull on that a little bit. Council, any further questions on the report in front of us? Councilor Hamilton.
Yeah, this is on regarding the processing times and the tables presented in the staff report. So for example, the building permit processing time table 2 gives application to approval numbers: duplex 6 months, multiplex 4.5 months, townhouse 12 months. What do those numbers represent? What is 6 months? Is this the average, or a target, or a typical?
Through the chair, the application to approval is the average. All of these numbers are average numbers of applications that have been approved or issued. So we have not incorporated applications that have been come in to the pipeline, have been there for the average amount of time, but for some reason haven't gotten to approval. And it's generally because it's sitting with the applicants. So it doesn't represent our capacity to process the permits. And then there's the important, I think, indicator of issuance delays, which is when what's happening now more often than in the past is we get to an approved permit and then it doesn't get picked up at all, or doesn't get picked up for months.
Right, and that's a developer may make a financial decision that they don't want to move forward or something. So that's certainly within their rights. Okay, and I guess the piece that the piece that you are working on that I'd like to understand more clearly is this application to approval time. Are there ways that we can improve either that time, or if we can't shorten that actual time, can we improve the certainty with which we give that time to a developer? So in my conversations with developers, one of the challenges isn't the length of time necessarily, it's the uncertainty in the length of time or the cycle to finish. Is there any work going towards figuring out how we can not shorten the time, but give a more certain time to a conclusive feedback? Let me see, for example, we give some feedback, the developer addresses it, and then after they've addressed that feedback, maybe they receive more feedback on a slightly different topic, right? And that's a process of sort of serializing our feedback that makes it challenging. Are there any ways that we can make it more certain? our timelines to feedback?
Through the chair. Yes, there are ways, and I think a lot of work has been done in that regard over the last 2 years by staffing the departments that are doing the review process. So when you have not the capacity misaligned in different departments, that's when you get late feedback because, say, a department that is looking at servicing picks up the servicing agreement, starts looking at it later, much later than the building permit process starts. And that's what has in the past has caused these sort of delays. Unfortunately, we have, flood hazard is a prevailing issue in Squamish, and that often complicates the review time. I'm not sure if there are significant ways to reduce these review times just because it's such an iterative process. Every application that comes in for a building permit requires changes, and often it's rounds of changes. So developers use alternative solutions when they can't meet the building code for some reason, and that takes it out of sort of this very predictable environment where they propose something by an engineer, we sometimes peer review it, and then we may require other changes or accept it. But I think in the last couple of years, there's been a lot of work done to align the interdepartmental capacity in the review pipeline. And what we're hearing now from developers is not an issue of permitting, it's costs. So anything that can be done to affect costs in this process is probably what would be most helpful to ensure that projects can continue to completion or start of construction.
Mayor Herford.
Thank you. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the public hearing and the feedback piece. In the report, it says for zoning applications when a public hearing is not required or is prohibited, and the proposal sort of treats those two the same. Was there consideration, or is that risk still exist on the ones where it's just not required? Like, to me, the prohibited piece feels like a different category intuitively, but is there a reason we need to treat these in the same way in this regard?
Through the chair, in the scenario that you are not holding a public hearing, you can't, the information should be treated in the same way unless you then choose to have a public hearing at that first reading, in which case it would revert to the old system and you could receive information up until the end of that public hearing.
Councillor Pangill.
Yeah, well, as I think about everything I've heard and seen from the province, I haven't heard anything where the province has objected to councils receiving feedback. The objection seems to be about the very particular mechanism of feedback, which is a public hearing. And so am I misinterpreting that? Because to me, that seems to be the issue, that is that mechanism as opposed to having feedback, where we seem to have inferred that the province is actually concerned about us getting feedback in certain things. But like, what's making us think that the issue is feedback as opposed to one particular feedback mechanism, which is the thing that has been explicitly prohibited?
Thank you, through the chair. I would just, as part of a public hearing, when they are held or when they used to be held, public comments could be received in writing. It would form part of the record, and that would be your public hearing submission, which is why receiving comments written could be construed as holding a public hearing. So it's within that same bucket of consideration that it could be seen as being a public hearing, and it could then be seen as undue process, in which case the bylaw wasn't considered fairly.
So I will just step in here before you start arguing with staff. That I do think it is very much also like we have a duty for fair and clear process and due diligence on how we run our internal process. So the fact that you may receive comments could appear or seem as to be part of a public hearing, even though it's not a stand-up held in chambers public hearing. It is still part of how we create a record for that application. That is the issue at hand.
I guess, but the proposal here is that like we don't seem to be aligning if that is the case, aligning ourselves with the public hearing, which would say, here's the cutoff and you can't receive anything. It's not just about the public record. You simply can't receive it. And here we're saying, well, no, actually you can still receive it in these cases after the pseudo public hearing. It's just not part of the public record, which is a different approach. And so why is that distinction acceptable here if this is a public hearing and all the things that are necessary for a public hearing have to hold? Why doesn't that have to hold here too?
Yeah, so I wonder if staff could provide some clarity on how council is expected to respond to correspondence if we receive feedback on a bylaw that has like gone forward for first reading, but we're not holding a public hearing. We're no longer receiving comments as part of the public record. How is council meant to interact with feedback in that stage?
Thank you through the chair. That's a really good question. The issue at hand is public comments forming part of the public record. We can provide more guidance at a later date on how council should receive feedback, but we would not see conversations with the public outside of the record being an issue because the record is a public hearing, being construed as having a public hearing where one is either not permitted by bylaw or legislation.
So I think that this is a piece that probably needs a little bit of further due diligence, as I'm hearing both from council colleagues and from previous experience when we held public hearings in the past. Like we were told very clearly that we actually couldn't interact with the public at all once a public hearing was held on any matter that related to that file. So this feels a little bit different than what previous feedback had been to council on how we manage correspondence. And so I don't know if we'll get to a point today of feeling confident with moving forward on this component without some further clarity, what I'm hearing from my council colleagues. I'll just put that out there as a starting point, but if people have other comments on that, happy to hear from them.
Yeah, just to put a finer point on it, like if this is a public hearing, I'd want to understand how it is clearly the same in all aspects of, in both cases, we can't even receive anything after the hearing, or this is, so it's sort of consistent across both, or very clear reasons why these things are different at different times. And so, yeah, that when this comes back to us, understanding that would be helpful.
Councillor Hamilton, then Mayor Herford.
I'm trying to rationalize, trying to take myself back a step and think about why are zoning bylaws different from other bylaws. So for example, if we were to amend the land development procedures bylaw, would we be able to receive public comment? Would that public comment form part of the record? So I'm trying to think of the context. Why is the context of a zoning bylaw special in relation to our other bylaws?
Through the chair, yes, it's typically been legislated different notification requirements as I guess you could see that it affects people differently, and so provides opportunities for people to be heard in relation to how it affects them and their property.
So I think I asked too vague a question there. Do we receive, if somebody wants to make a comment on a first reading of a land development procedures bylaw, does that comment have an opportunity to form part of the public record, or does it stay within just comments to council or comments to staff?
Through the chair, typically with a non-zoning bylaw or non-official community plan bylaw amendment, if there are changes going to council and there has been engagement, anything received in that engagement would be provided as part of the record, although members of the public may still communicate their thoughts to council individually, but that would not form part of the record.
And if I may, OCP and zoning bylaws are different by their nature in both the Local Government Act as well as in the Community Charter. So we are prohibited now in the Community Charter from holding a public hearing on certain types of zoning bylaws. So there is a different set of legislation that governs land development bylaws than other types of procedural bylaws. I had Mayor Herford next.
Just, I guess I'll start with a question to the chair. We're getting to the end of the conversation. Are you looking for comments on in general here, or should we make a motion and then go around comment and then everyone can provide comments? It's kind of a big, it seems to be we've narrowed down on one thing, but it's kind of a big motion. So if it's the latter, I would move the staff recommendation with comments, or would you thinking we should do?
My preference would be to do comments around the table and
Then
then
see
where
what we
we
can
have
do.
some
Okay.
consensus, because I've heard a fair bit of concern around some components of the motion that's presented in the agenda.
Okay. So the when I think about this, the clarification on procedures of receiving comments on the zoning bylaw is how it's stated in the recommended motion. For me, I think I understand what we're trying to hedge against. I'm just really concerned about if we're going to be able to, that we set an expectation that we're able to actually operationalize as elected officials around the table. So I think that the piece around later the complete a minor update to development project communication policy and project information meeting policy, that's meant to solicit those more feedback, if I read that correctly, and that feedback, and communicate that feedback will form part of the package that goes to council at first reading. To me, the piece around whether any comments from when an agenda is published to final decision form part of the record or not, that part I'm okay with. But I think that some of this is really just I don't want it to erode too far of the public's ability to engage with this. Often, I know we work with this every day, every week in this room, and the public sometimes doesn't interact with it till there's something, till there's a development sign that's been up for a year and they finally stop to read it. Like, it takes a while. So I'm really concerned about shortening that, restricting the public's ability to engage with our processes. And when I think about things as far back to the start of the process as like voter turnout, that like broadly just participation in local government. So I think if we can be clear about, this forms a public record, this, I think I feel like the terms are being conflated a little bit around the public feedback and the forming a public hearing, because council will, in our duties, hear about these things in community. People are going to send emails about whatever it is that's on their mind. And there was a very small subset where we had to sidestep, which was following a public hearing previously, and those were really awkward. And I think this opens up a lot of our process. This here could open up a lot of our process to needing more maintenance, even from a communication, from a council mail perspective as well. So I understand it. For me, as open as we can leave the piece where the public can still email council if they see fit to provide feedback to inform decisions, but not be part of the public record. And if we need a session to sort of parse that out a bit specifically, I think that feels like the crux of what I'm hearing in the room. And I do have concerns around going, I guess, further than we need to. I only want to go as far as we absolutely need to with this. But it is, I'm not entirely comfortable with this concept yet. And maybe some of that can be addressed with that work and understanding the work in the fourth bullet point of the recommendation around a bit more, but it's hard to get folks' attention early in a process. So that fact won't change, I don't think.
Thank you for those comments. There are other elements that staff are seeking feedback on in terms of hearings for temporary use permits, development variance permits, increasing the delegation threshold for residential and mixed use development, as well as updating the acceptable security types to include on-demand surety bonds. Do you have any comments on those items?
broadly, I'm supportive of those. They all seem well reasoned, and I honed in on the piece that I was concerned about. Just quickly, the security types. As long as we're secure, that's the important piece for me. So, whatever those mechanisms are, just make sure they're appropriate. But this makes good sense to me. The thresholds I'm comfortable with, and the hearings, temporary use permits. I mean, maybe that gets caught up in my comments around when we get feedback from the community, and what is a hearing. You know, if we're going to get feedback in the run up to a decision, like, is that caught up in there? But I think we can flesh that out as we go forward. But I'm fine with that.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. Okay, so on the first one, procedures for receiving comments for zoning bylaw amendments. I've always found this weird, confusing, awkward, and I just need to set my brain towards the debris barrier example, where for years and successive councils, we were straddled with not being able to talk about it, not being able to accept new information. It's an impossible scenario. People are talking about it out in the community. It's an ongoing project. So I don't really have very many thoughts on that first one. And I like Mayor Herford's phrase, as far as we need to, as far as we need to go. I'm going to leave that one there. As for temporary use permits and development variance permits, I'm a no to public hearings. Specifically for both. And I'm okay with feedback to council being conveyed by all the channels: email, snail mail, phone calls, informal meetings, banana chats in the grocery store produce section. Thanks, Mayor Herford. And then any other communication scenario that people are using, and not going through a formal process that many people find intimidating and inaccessible, and something that they just will never participate in, whereas they feel completely comfortable sending an email message expressing their thoughts. I support processing development variance permits without hearings. I think that my experience in those often has people coming to us just broadly opposed to whatever it is that's under discussion, and not necessarily interested in the specifics of the variance that's being sought. So we have folks who are talking from 30,000 feet when the feedback we're looking for is on the ground within the project. Increasing delegation threshold for residential and mixed use development permits. I'm a yes to that. And also a yes to the security bonds. As long as we're secure, then I'm comfortable.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I guess sort of a high level principle in my comments is that I think we need to maximize the feedback that can come to us. So instead of trying to say, is this a public hearing? And then how are we aligned with our existing public hearings? I hope the main question we're asking is, what can we do within the current legal framework to receive as much feedback in as many ways as possible? And so with that as our guiding principle, I'd like a little bit more clarity on really, is this about the mechanism public hearing versus public record versus receiving comments, which are three different things. And I think we need to be very clear on the, not just legal potential or possibility, but clear high legal risk, and sort of understanding where we are in those things. When my understanding is other municipalities in a traditional public hearing do still have conversations after with the public and are able to do that. It doesn't become part of the public record. So I think there are some things that even before we get to this discussion are, I need some better understanding within getting those in a line. And again, the goal is really hearing from the public as much as we can. In terms of public hearings on TUPs, I think what we have now is reasonable. If we want to articulate it a little better, that's fine. But it should be at the discretion of council. TUPs can be giant or very small. They are very subjective, especially given our TUP, the policy in our OCP. So it is an inherently a political decision. There's a lot of discretion, and I think we should leave it to future councils to decide when it comes to an issue, when it's appropriate. We have not overused this mechanism. We've used it once I think an issue of intense public interest, and there was not consensus on council about whether or not we use the TUP or even the decision of the TUP. And so for me, if there's any time when you want to actually touch base with your community, it's a case like that. So I think giving future councils the option of deciding what to do there, just as we have done, makes sense. I don't, I want to stay away from a knee-jerk reaction to one very difficult topic we had. That shouldn't set all of our policy. And in terms of DVPs, I'm a little less, for here, I wonder, can we come up with some criteria about when a hearing is or isn't required? I think for some variances, they can seem pretty significant in terms of height. If it doesn't impact density, some of these things maybe, and I do hear when people come, they do actually talk about the specific variance and raise concerns. And I think we do, especially with the movement of the province of really, sometimes for good reason, cutting away public feedback. There's been a lot of that. And so I'm really hesitant about sort of adding on without being requiring to things that block people's ability to have conversations with us. So maybe some criteria for when a hearing is required on a DVP or allowed, but I wouldn't want to just remove it outright. The increasing the DP delegation, development permit delegation, I think I said it before, I would like to see us come up with, as a first step, more objective DPAs. In terms of my assessment, I'm not always in alignment on accessibility, parking, some of our bike stuff, our analysis there in particular. And I still haven't had a clear, what is the objective threshold for when someone is consistent with DPA guidelines? It's really some sort of sense of like, well, much of them are the important ones, but which those are is really kind of subjective. And so until we sort of make these more objective, I think I'm not comfortable, especially when we talk about 50 units like that. That's a really big housing change, or a big housing project. And I do think we're still at a point in our community where providing that conversation with the community makes sense. And then finally, surety bonds, that makes sense to me, that change.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. I'm going to try to focus my comments on the line by line changes in the bylaw. So in section 8.1, which is regarding public hearings, I'm uncomfortable with going as far as not receiving comment on the public record as of notice of first reading. I recognize that there's a possibility of some misunderstanding or possibility that this looks like a public hearing. But I think the balance of not receiving input is potentially more dangerous than a legal consequence. If there is a legal consequence, we need to understand it clearly. So articulating what I would be comfortable with right now is if section 8.1 said where a public hearing, et cetera, is included, the comments are included in the report to council at third reading up to the start of third reading. I think it's important that we give the public an opportunity to communicate, and that communication be on the public record up until a point. I recognize that may not be sufficiently different from a public hearing, and I would like to hear our comment in the future on exactly what the difference is between comments hitting the public record and having a public hearing. On the DVP and TUP public hearings, I agree that we need to articulate more clearly what our default policy is. We need a starting point for the default policy. And I agree with the idea that by default, we should not have a public hearing for DVPs and TUPs. What I don't want to do is take away some future council's ability to hold a public hearing on an issue that is of significant consequence to the community. So in 10.6 and 11.3, I would consider a proposal to add unless requested by council at the last sentence of each of those additions. On surety bonds, yes, the important thing is that we're able to complete a project if a developer is unable to, and as long as surety bonds achieve that, then I'm satisfied. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I'm supportive of each of the elements of staff proposal from A through D. Regarding the public consultation for rezoning applications, I appreciate the clarity that we're striving for here. And in some respects, it appears that it's a little bit overdue. We're doing a little bit of catch up relative to other municipalities. There will be an ongoing need for orientation for councils ongoing and in future. The Mayor Herford, with respect to the use, both A and D, the clarification on procedures for receiving comments and use of hearings for temporary permits, Mayor Herford has emphasized the concern that may exist regarding public participation, our concern as well. I think that we should be mindful that to avoid mistaken impressions on the part of the public regarding the opportunity they have, and in our communication regarding this initiative, that we make sure the public is sufficiently comforted as to and oriented as to the opportunities that will exist for their input. There will be interest, there will be concern. I appreciate the incremental approach that is, and to use again Mayor Herford's words, only as far as we need to go regarding amending the delegation limit for residential. The updating the acceptable security types to include on-demand surety bonds is perfectly fine with me. More generally, often when we have received staff reports and recommendations regarding delegation, and we have in a few areas over the last few years, the reports will come with language such as the following: by delegating some of its routine administrative responsibilities to staff, Council can focus and streamline its agenda towards strategic priorities and policy decisions. I hope that we're always together being mindful of that opportunity and intent. It arises for me, and it has, I take it for Councillor Pettingill as well, in the area of proposed increased delegation of development permits, increased delegation of form and character residential applications from 20 to 50 units. Here, I look forward to the opportunity as a councillor or for future councils and for the public to engage in this via the OCP review and other initiatives, that we be mindful of that, setting strategic priorities and policy decisions together, and take those opportunities and emphasize them. Otherwise, I'm in favor here of that delegation as proposed. But let's look at that more general opportunity ongoing for making policy together and setting strategy together. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks. Through the chair, I welcome a clear procedure for receiving comments for zoning bylaws. And to echo Councillor Pettingill, I believe what we should be doing is doing what we can do within our legal constructs to allow the maximum amount of public feedback. For the TUP public hearings piece, I think this should be at the discretion of council. As was mentioned, sometimes there are big TUPs that affect a lot of people, and sometimes there are small TUPs that are not so don't affect as many people. So I don't think that we should take further steps towards cutting people off from input on their community and their government. When I think back to some of the public hearings that I have been a part of, many of them have been very important for us around this table, but not just for us around this table. It's an important means of our community communicating with us And it's also a bit cathartic where people feel like they can be heard. I think it's a really important part of our process that should not be disregarded so easily. For the delegations thresholds, I think it's important that we as a council set good policy and let staff do their jobs. I don't think it's appropriate for councilors to be weighing in on the weeds of some of these conversations, and we should just stay on the policy side. So I'm generally supportive of that direction as well. I think the on-demand surety bonds, we should be investing our assets in secure income generating fashions. I would assume that these bonds result in a lower yield, and that should absolutely been taken under consideration. And again, we have some very competent staff, including Ms. Boxrood, who can inform many of these decisions. So we should have a mixed portfolio, and some of that should be include assets that can be invested and are easily accessible. Yeah, that's what I got.
Thank you. For myself, I am also fine with updating the acceptable security types to include surety bonds. I think that that is a clear move forward. I'm also comfortable with the increase in the delegation threshold for residential and mixed use development as presented in the report. I am not comfortable with eliminating public hearings for temporary use permits or development variance permits. I think that these are two categories where there is a request to vary the zoning contrary to what is in the OCP. We have delegated criteria for which smaller variations are already delegated to staff and they don't come to council. They don't require a hearing. These are more substantive in nature already. And so a hearing should either be required and or at least at the discretion of council for temporary use permits. I think for variance permits, we just maintain what current status quo is. So if we need to articulate that in our land development procedures bylaw, I am fine with that. But I think I wouldn't feel comfortable totally moving away from public hearings for those two components. And I think some further clarification on the procedures for receiving comments for the zoning bylaw. I think this is a good starting point in the conversation, but I'm still hearing a fair number of questions from council in terms of what that actually means. I too am a little bit hesitant to use the notice of first reading as kind of the benchmark there. And so I don't know if we have consensus around the table from what I'm hearing to actually direct staff in point number 4 at this point to make those minor amendments, but perhaps for staff to come back with some further discussion points on the implementation and trade-offs for where that cutoff point is for receiving comments on zoning bylaw amendments at either notice of first reading up to third reading or beyond. Yeah, I see a question from Mayor Herford, and then we'll consider how we move these motions forward.
Just thinking about this, the fourth bullet point, which is the minor update to development and project communication policy and project information meeting policy. Sort of regardless of whatever changes we're making, would these refinements just drive earlier participation, or are these intrinsically linked?
Through the chair, staff would appreciate direction to update the policy, which is currently on the old letterhead, just from a clarity perspective, to ensure that it's clear with the public what the engagement period looks like, what the activities are, et cetera. And we would bring that forward regardless of changes.
Okay, I'll consider that.
Councillor Pettingill?
Well, just if I could respond to my colleague, I think, again, in my mind, if we were to proceed with, for example, the first reading as a cutoff, I think in my mind, number 4, we might want to even say more about like what is part of that early engagement. Is it a draft bylaw has to be part? And so for me, 4 and 1 are very much connected.
I think I just heard from staff that they would appreciate some direction on 4 to start moving that work forward. And there is some confusion around this end of the table as to what we would be moving forward. And so I'm just curious if you have clarity from what you've heard here, or if we should think about how we reframe the motion that's presented in the staff report.
Through the chair. I think the motion, the staff report as written is to, and by I think, I know to show council that we could update this policy regardless. We would appreciate direction to do so. We don't have budget or capacity to do a major update or change the way we're doing communications more broadly, which is why it's shown as a minor update. Certainly, we can delay that to after following clarity on portion A on the clarification for receiving amendments and make small changes as needed. And then present it to council for approval.
Okay, council, do you folks feel comfortable enough with that direction if we provide the feedback as presented here in committee of the whole today to let staff go away with that and come back with some clarification as they continue to work on the minor update to the development and project communication policy and project information meeting policy? I'm seeing nods. The other one that I just want to do a temperature check on, because I also heard mixed feedback, was the use of hearings for temporary use permits. What I'm hearing from council, and I think is the majority, was that that still be at the discretion of council. But I'm going to do a straw poll on that. Yeah, go ahead.
So just on this point, there's some in other bylaws or in other documents I've seen, it's articulated like council may hold, hold require a public hearing in this case. If that language was to be language like that was to be included, what process, like where in the process would that decision happen? Because often a TUP generally comes to council for a decision. So there's this like pre-screening piece for whether it should or shouldn't. And just how would that, if council was to take that direction, what would that look like, or how would we expect to see that articulated and executed?
Through the chair, we would use some judgment in reviewing the application, whether it's something that council would be interested in holding a public hearing, and in that case, we might come to a committee meeting beforehand. And then there may be cases where we bring a permit for council review. Council then requests a public hearing, and we reschedule it for another meeting.
Thank you for that clarity. I will do a straw poll of those who would like to keep public hearings for temporary use permits at the discretion of council. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay. And then a straw poll on those who would like to keep development variance permit public hearings at the discretion of council. No, sorry, not at the discretion of council, but just as typical practice. All those in favor? All those opposed? Yeah, Councillor Pettingill.
I wonder if there is a middle ground that we want to test appetite. For me, it's, maybe there's some criteria threshold of, as opposed to just in or out public hearings for DBPs.
So we already delegate minor DBPs to staff. They don't come to council. So maybe I'll go to staff instead of responding. But is there a middle ground here, or is it clear just to say DBPs that are not delegated to staff follow this one procedure?
Through the chair, on the spot, I would suggest that it would be cleaner for DBPs to say yes or no to hearings, given that they vary wildly in what they're varying.
So my preference would be that if we want to increase the delegation for DVPs to staff and not have them come to council at all, then that might be a cleaner way to do it. Whereas if we set an additional set of criteria for things that are delegated to staff, a set of criteria of things that would go to public hearing, it gets quite convoluted. So I'll ask again if folks want to maintain public hearings for development variance permits. All those in favor? And all those opposed? Okay. So straw poll is that we are keeping public hearings for temporary use permits at the discretion of council, and DVP hearings we will let go of. With that, there is a motion, and I think we've gotten fairly clear on the direction of the 4 components, but I will move the staff recommendation as presented with feedback as discussed at the March 10th meeting, if that is clear enough for staff. Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Mayor Herford. Any further comments? Yeah, Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. Just in supporting the motion that's in front of us, I wanted to articulate that I appreciate the constant, thoughtful searching for improvement that we see with what's in front of us now. It's important for things like this to evolve and to get better, and I see that happening with what we're up to today.
Yeah, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I think I will be voting against. I would agree that I think what I've heard in terms of the straw polls and so on is consistent with what everyone in the room said. I just sort of want to reiterate my concern about fully removing public hearings from DVPs and also moving ahead with increasing DP delegation without looking at our DPA guidelines first. And for me, those are big things, especially in the context of all the provincial changes. I think where the pendulum is maybe swinging too far in terms of not hearing from the public.
Yeah, Councillor Greenlaw, then Councillor.
Yeah, I have a tendency to agree. My concern is that, you know, moving in that direction of reducing the public input might be in alignment with what provincial bodies are kind of effectively requesting, but it is not in alignment with what the public is requesting. And I think that that's important. From my perspective, a lot of our public, and I've mentioned this several times, feels incredibly disengaged with our government and feel that it is not accessible. And I think that moves like this make it less accessible. And I think that's problematic.
Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, one last thought on the public hearings and receiving public comment and those public comments becoming part of the public record. I think one of the pieces of value that we get from that process is that when people give a comment, they know that it hits the public record, and they know and they can read. We can all read all of the comments received, where if we have comments just received by council on individual conversations or even on council email, the public can't see what the public said. And I think that there's value in that transparency that we might be losing. Thanks.
Thanks, everybody, for the comments and the thoughtful deliberations. Thanks to staff for initiating the discussion and the continued review of our processes. I know that we're always trying to strive to make them better, more efficient, and more transparent. I think it's important to recognize that some of the proposals that are being presented here today are really to bring some of our procedures in line with provincial legislation and keeping us on side with where we can and can't hold public hearings. While I appreciate that that can sometimes feel like the pendulum is swinging from not being able to hear from the public, I think we're striving really hard in the deliberations today show that we're trying to figure out how we hit that happy medium. We know that the previous version of public hearings actually wasn't a very effective way of hearing from the public. So I think there's a reality check there that just because you have a chance to stand at a podium at the 11th hour people didn't necessarily feel like their thoughts and their feedback was being meaningfully addressed. And so the effort here is to try and bring those voices in earlier so that they can have more robust discussion and input into the final process. Sometimes when we get into the nitty-gritty details and the weeds of it, it can feel like we're just actually cutting out the voices of our community, but we're actually doing the opposite here. And I think we're being really intentional on how we do that. And I think the components around delegated authority make good sense. And the other suggestions here are, again, small acts that we can take to try and improve and streamline our processes. So I'm happy to support the motion on the floor. With that, I will call the question. All those in favor and opposed, Councillor Pettingill and Councillor Greenlaw oppose. Motion carries. I have one further question for staff before I let you go, which is I had mentioned an ability to understand how many permits were actually reflected in Appendix A. And I'm curious if staff would be able to bring that back at a later date, perhaps when we're reviewing the housing target orders and the Housing Accelerator Fund, if that's an appropriate timeline, and if so, if you'd like a motion to that effect.
That is, thank you through the chair, an appropriate timeline. We can do that without a motion. Yes.
Thank you very much for confirming that. With that, we will take a quick 10-minute break and let staff turn over for our next item. We will come back at 12:40. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome back, everybody. We are back in committee of the whole for the District of Squamish on Tuesday, March 10th, and we are on item 4 sub 2, which is the District of Squamish capital project delivery, and I'll hand it over to staff for their presentation.
Afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for this opportunity. We're looking to present to Council and the community. I am Sarah Baillie, Director of Engineering. Presenting with me today is Jessie Morwood, Manager of Capital Engineering, and we're joined online by Craig Milley, Manager of Procurement. We're also supported by staff from Capital Engineering, and more will be arriving momentarily.
And I'm Harmony Cornwell, Director of Facilities. Also joining us in council chambers today are staff from the Facilities Construction and Facilities Operation and Maintenance teams.
We want to provide council and the community with clarity on the capital project cost estimation process today and how these estimates are integrated into our financial plan. We'll discuss why numbers change as the projects mature and how those are managed during the process and when council interacts and makes decisions as our projects progress. In addition, we'll highlight opportunities for improvements along with improvements made to date and summarize ongoing work to enhance communication and support improved estimating. Capital projects are long-term investments in the infrastructure and facilities that support essential municipal services. The facilities and engineering departments are the teams primarily who deliver the construction capital projects, but they're supported by coordinated efforts across the organization. From project initiation to completion, departments such as finance, procurement, communications, public works, building, environment, planning, and real estate each contribute their expertise to ensure successful delivery. And we have a lovely photo of our staff. Some of our capital staff stood in the new clarifier of the wastewater treatment plant.
These capital projects are planned and delivered to advance the district's strategic plan, replacing aging infrastructure and reducing risks to service delivery. During this council's term, significant progress has been made on the strategic plan through staff-led major facility projects. We have successfully seen the completion of the Men to Samatnit childcare facility and Fire Hall number 2. The new Public Works facility and the Brennan Park Recreation Center revitalization project are also actively underway and scheduled for completion in 2026. Managing these large-scale construction projects while simultaneously assessing the 10-year plan has been a significant undertaking for the team. The progress on these sites underscores staff's commitment to high-level execution. It also highlights the value of the ongoing work to create a more balanced, smoothed out project roster for 2027 and beyond, which will ensure sustainable delivery for our staff and support departments in the future.
At the same time as constructing major facilities, the district has also been managing numerous civil infrastructure capital projects. These projects include the University Reservoir, wastewater treatment plant upgrades, and the Henea Park Sea Dike. Each year, there are approximately 25 to 40 in-stream projects, which include utility upgrades, active transportation improvements, and solid waste infrastructure. So now get into the cost estimation process. A project cost estimate is the best available prediction of what a project will cost based on the scope, resources, and market conditions at the time it is prepared. Estimates are then continually upgraded as the project progresses and more information becomes available. Cost estimate classification systems are a standard practice to categorize estimates based on the level of project maturity. Various classification systems exist. Some frameworks use classes 5 to 1, others use classes D to A. Municipal consultants use classes D to A as projects move from concept to tender-ready design. All systems describe the expected accuracy of the estimate based on the level of project maturity. This estimate accuracy is determined by the coordinating registered professional. Often in our cases, these are architects or professional engineers. It's important to note that the suggested accuracy ranges for most of these classification systems assume projects of medium risk and complexity. Projects with higher or lower risks or complexity have corresponding wider or narrower accuracy ranges. We're going to pass it over to Craig Milley now, who's joining us online for this slide.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and public. The cone of uncertainty you've been introduced to previously, and this is just a reminder. The cone is really meant to illustrate how the estimates change over time. We start out at the broad end of the cone with very little information, and as the project progresses, and the project matures, more information is brought to bear, and the accuracy of the estimate is refined, at which point, until we get to construction, it is subject to change.
Long lead time projects are presented in the financial plan with conceptual stage placeholder estimates to indicate priority and signal delivery timeline intentions to the community. As the project progresses, the project cost estimate is evaluated and adjusted annually within the financial plan. Because the plan informs our asset management reserve funding strategy, it is vital that these planned projects are reflected early at each of the council touch points that include the annual financial plan, quarterly variancy reporting, key project updates, and financial plan amendments. Council is presented with refined estimates and retains the authority to approve, delay, or cancel projects. We will now review how district staff anticipate and manage cost changes. The following slides will detail each phase of the project lifecycle, from early concept through to active construction. As we move through these phases, we will explain the main drivers of cost changes and why estimates can shift as the project matures. We will also outline the specific mitigation strategies that staff use to proactively manage these financial changes at every step. Finally, we will provide project examples for each phase to demonstrate how these drivers and mitigation tools look like in practice. Looking closer at each phase, we begin at the concept phase, or Class D, where estimates are at an early maturity. At this stage, early ideas equal big ranges. Cost estimate changes here are driven by initial scope adjustments, evolving needs, and regulatory or code-driven scope additions. To mitigate these early shifts, our strategy is to include projects early in the long-term financial plan and conduct early engagement with operators or end users, support scoping before advancing.
We're going to present project examples as we move through. We've got a couple of our district projects that are examples of how scope was confirmed at the Class D stage. For Fire Hall 1, a scoping study was completed to determine the high-level requirements before estimates at Class D were finalized. For the Pemberton Laurelwood Bridge, the original estimate was based on concept design from 2018, and consultants were re-engaged to validate the Class D estimate that's shown in the financial plan.
As we move to the feasibility phase, or Class C, the project reaches developing maturity. Cost estimate changes are driven by replacing broad assumptions with new site-specific information from studies such as geotechnical investigations, flood modeling, and environmental assessments. Our mitigation strategy is to conduct these technical assessments early.
Some examples we have here during the Class C stage is for Fire Hall 2. We engaged third-party quantity surveyors to validate estimates against market conditions. Of note, third-party quantity surveyors were also used in Fire Hall 1 and the Public Works build. For Powerhouse Springs, we've worked to understand the permitting and reflected this in the project timing by initiating design 2 years in advance of anticipated construction to validate the permitting requirements and align the construction schedule with design timelines.
During preliminary design, or Class B, we have a refined maturity. Cost estimate changes are driven by design development, calculating material quantities to a higher accuracy level, discovering gaps in the initial scope, and refining functional requirements. We mitigate these risks by completing early coordination between disciplines and conducting market validation.
For the examples we have here, the first one for the splash park, it's an example where timing and project sequencing provided challenging. The early design proceeded ahead of integration with the master plan and utility servicing review. A great example of where refining quantities worked for us is in the Mamquam Bridge resurfacing. As the design progressed and quantities were refined, quantities and scope were refined, the cost estimate was actually reduced during this phase.
At detailed design, which is also Class A, the estimate is mature based on a 99% project definition. Cost estimate changes are driven by coordination and constructability, resolving conflicts between overlapping design elements, identifying final site constraints, and addressing strict code requirements.
Example of this is with the Paradise Valley Bridge, Baillie Bridge abutment. This is a project where site constraints are challenging, and staff chose to procure a third-party review for constructability to help inform the procurement strategy moving forward. For the Mount Garibaldi Cemetery, non-critical landscaping was removed to reduce the cost estimate and keep the project on target.
Once we reach construction procurement, the budget is exposed to the market. Cost estimate changes are driven by real-time pricing for labor and materials, supply chain issues, and limited contractor availability driving up risk premiums. We actively mitigate this by scheduling bid timing strategically and extending construction windows to offer flexible scheduling.
Some examples of drivers during the construction procurement stage is the Brennan Park envelope upgrade. We only received one bid on the initial package that went out. The timing for that bid wasn't ideal with the revitalization project in progress, and we feel this reduced the contractor interest. For the lift station sanitary bypass upgrades, we again had low contractor interest, resulting in only one bid with a higher cost estimate than our Class A, as this was a priority project. We chose to proceed even though pricing was higher than our Class A, but it was still within our approved funding amount, allowing it to proceed.
Finally, in the construction phase, changes are driven by field conditions, unforeseen below-ground site conditions, severe weather, and gaps in design documentation. We mitigate these realities by ensuring strong contract administration, fair risk allocation, and holding sufficient owner-held construction contingency.
For the Henaic Park project, this project faced aluminum tariffs during construction. As tariffs are not often realized, it was intentional in this case to not put the risk on contractors during bidding. This was similar to the soil contamination. The cost increase was funded through owner-held contingency, which is a tool we often use in our projects. For the Industrial Avenue ditch remediation, soil contamination was expected, but quantities were unknown. In this project, we chose to increase owner-held contingency to manage that change during construction. One project we wanted to highlight, which is the Public Works facility, which experienced market condition volatility. And this was volatility for materials and labor alongside supply chain disruptions. This was a large district project, and large value projects can experience more pronounced cost impacts during the delivery process, which was the case for the Public Works facility. The Class D estimate placed the project at approximately 20 million. As it progressed to Class D, the cost came in at 37 million. There were several drivers of change that emerged. At the time, industry professionals underestimated inflation and post-pandemic market conditions. The project was also delayed due to the failed alternative approval process, and archaeological management requirements added time and cost. There was also additional scope required to account for soil contamination, ground improvements, environmentally sensitive areas, and raising the entire site elevation to meet flood construction requirements. The mitigation measures included for this project were reducing the size of the building, increasing the project financial plan amount to reflect the new market conditions, and ensuring sufficient owner-held contingency was applied during construction.
Now that we've looked at the life cycle of individual projects, we want to look at two meaningful opportunities where we realized our past approaches to capital planning needed to evolve. As the capital program expanded in scale and complexity, some projects assumed optimistic timelines, resulting in insufficient time for proper scoping, design, and early risk assessment. This limited planning time made it harder for staff to respond to new information as designs matured. Moving forward, staff are adjusting timelines and funding requests to projects, so projects can be planned, sequenced, and delivered more effectively, doing the right work at the right time in the right order. A longer planning horizon creates a clearer need for communication to communicate project maturity and estimate accuracy within the 10-year financial plan. The 10-year plan creates a challenge of balancing the early inclusion of long lead projects with the uncertainty of placeholder estimates. Without clear context, early placeholder estimates can be mistaken for firm construction budgets, which they are not, causing confusion as cost predictability changes over time. Council will see the project numbers fluctuate as they are refined each year, and Council can choose to approve, delay, or cancel projects.
We're now going to discuss improvements that have been implemented or are ongoing. Having identified challenges with timing, sequencing, and communication, we'll now share the concrete steps, software, and decision-making structures that the district has implemented to manage these challenges. Overall, the district employs a continuous improvement approach to all of our activities. On a project-by-project basis, this means making incremental changes to processes, systems, and activities to continuously improve them. This encourages learning, adaptation to changing needs, and when applied as a whole, improvement in overall organizational systems. To reinforce capital delivery, staff have implemented several improvements to our financial planning process. We've previously presented to Council our project prioritization framework. This was produced to provide a consistent method for evaluating project risks and determining appropriate timelines. In parallel, the district integrated Questica as our financial planning software. Questica centralizes project information, standardizes inputs, and enables clear tracking of long-term funding requirements. We have also enhanced our reporting by launching key project update reports, improved our variance reporting, and introduced the budget book tool to address our gaps in communication. We've also improved our collaborative decision-making. The process improvements established the foundation for the formation of the Capital Committee in early 2025. The committee was formed to manage the district's overall capital program, capital financial planning, and capital risk management. Through this committee, projects are now reviewed as a coordinated portfolio to holistically align project timing, sequencing, priorities, funding availability, and staff capacity before advancing projects. We've also made improvements in standardizing our delivery and data management. At the project execution level, the increased staff capacity has allowed us to introduce more consistent project delivery practices. A project management office, or PMO, is standardizing project delivery through clear phase gates, consistent documentation, and defined expectations at each phase. A formal lessons learned registry is a component of this framework and is updated from project initiation through closeout, which captures various elements and does include recurring risks and cost drivers.
Simon, you might have to get to that for me.
Simultaneously, we're also undertaking a facilities portfolio review. This involves validating assumptions and integrating city works data so that our budgets reflect actual asset health, such as boilers and roofs. This ensures we're grouping related work for efficiency and planning for component replacements in the most appropriate years.
And I will just add on that CityWorks is a new software that IT is rolling out to allow us to have that data.
Future incentives for improving estimation. The district's approach to capital estimating will continue to improve as upcoming initiatives build on the changes already underway. The development cost charge bylaw will be updated every 2 years, providing new consultant estimates to validate and adjust district project costs in the 10-year financial plan and keep construction pricing consistent across projects. The real estate facilities master plan will be updated in 2018 and will completely refresh the long-term cost assumptions. Together with ongoing updates to infrastructure master plans, these projects will ground future estimates in the most up-to-date data.
To conclude our presentation, changes in project estimates are normal and expected. Cost estimate changes are an expected part of capital project delivery. As a project matures, we are systematically replacing early, broad assumptions with concrete design and site data. The magnitude of changes fluctuates with project value and timelines. The magnitude of these estimate variances will fluctuate based on the project. Large value, long lead projects will experience more pronounced cost impacts, especially when they overlap with volatile market conditions or extended permitting timelines. Changes are presented annually through the financial planning process. Because we know these estimates will shift as they mature, these refined project costs are evaluated and adjusted annually within the financial plan. We are committed to presenting these updates transparently to the community alongside our enhanced quarterly variance and key project update reports. At each council touchpoint, again, council can approve, delay, or cancel projects. Most importantly, this process ensures that council remains firmly in control. Each year, refined estimates are presented and council can endorse, delay, or cancel projects through the annual financial planning process before we commit to a final construction budget. The recommendation before you today is that the committee receive for information the report titled District of Squamish Capital Project Delivery as presented at the March 10th, 2026 Committee of the Whole meeting. Thank you for your time this afternoon, and that concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much to staff for the presentation and the report and the work that went into this. Council and community, I think it's important to note that this is coming to us following a motion that council moved back in May of last year, requesting a lessons learned and debrief on core capital projects that we have been advancing. I think it's important to note that prior to Fire Hall 1, we hadn't done a major capital project as a district since 2009. So we are definitely taking on, we've always done asset management, renewal, but in terms of building new buildings, this is part of the reason why I think it's important for our community and council to debrief with staff on how it's going after we've done 3 major projects, and really appreciate the deep insight that was brought forward in the report and the presentation. So this is our chance to ask questions of staff with simply the recommendation is to receive the report in front of us, but definitely an opportunity here to ask any questions if there are any amongst council. We'll open it up. Go ahead, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. There is under the preliminary design Class B topic area on page 4 reference to 3rd Avenue Bridge repairs. I wonder if staff could remind me which 3rd Avenue Bridge we're discussing here. If it's the 1-lane bridge, this is also has been discussed over the years as part of a grant application. Just then curious about whether it is that 1-lane bridge that's being discussed here. Thank you.
Through the chair, Jessie Morwood, manager of capital projects. Yes, it is the 1-lane bridge that goes out to the port. And the issue is there's some some of the abutments are a bit undermined. And so we're working through a feasibility options analysis right now to understand what the next steps are.
Thank you. My second question concerns the ongoing projects to support improved estimations that staff have outlined. And I'm curious about a type of initiative that is underway currently that might be considered in that list, but I don't see here. And that is namely a district archaeological overview assessment. Archaeological impact assessment is addressed in connection with the discussion of the public works facility. It has, as I recall, been a matter that came up in connection with the Waniak Dike and our ability to meet timelines, fisheries timelines, with that expectation of an archaeological impact assessment. And it has also come up in other more minor projects, Edgewater Park construction, Valleycliff daycare facility. Now, this has been an issue that's been a very topical province-wide in connection with the Heritage Conservation Act transformation project. That is, local governments, industry, other stakeholders around the province concerned about the implications for costs and timelines of capital projects. So my question is, might this not be considered our ongoing district initiative for a district archaeological impact assessment? Might it also be considered in that list of helpers that we can expect in our ongoing process improvement? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Yes, you're absolutely correct. This work internally is currently being led by Sarah McJanet within the planning department, but with close coordination from our district capital team. This is part of our ongoing work to understand permitting requirements for our projects, and certainly falls in line with past experience we've had through trying to manage the Water Sustainability Act as an example, and permitting timelines associated with ditch remediation or other environmentally sensitive areas. So this is absolutely on our radar and definitely being considered as part of understanding our permitting requirements, and that understanding will improve our overall timelines. Currently, we haven't preemptively adjusted timelines to account for this work. We may have to adjust those in future, but we'll be reviewing that ongoing as part of our continuous improvement process.
Thank you. I might clarify partly why I'm asking this question, because there may be public interest in this matter. And that is, I'm convinced that we need to be well targeted in conducting archaeological impact assessments. And in a landscape like the Squamish floodplain, there's been a lot of changes over time, historical time and otherwise, that make it an important issue here. We've seen archaeological impact assessments being requested and carried out where maybe it wasn't the best targeted location for that, and we won't run out of places where we should be doing that assessment. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments, Councillor Anderson. Further questions? Councillor Hamilton, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much for the thorough debrief. This is really important that we know that council understands how capital projects evolve, and particularly how the costs of those projects evolve. And I think that I'm trying to find a mechanism to articulate some of the things, or challenges that I've been seeing. And I think maybe, could you pull up the cone of uncertainty? If that's, don't worry about it.
Well,
I can just talk.
Working on that on the back end. And
Yeah,
we
that's
can
fine. That's
carry
not
on with your question, and we'll
totally,
put Mr. Millie
totally
on
urgent.
standby.
One of the things I noticed, the cone of uncertainty presented in the staff report did not or had a different scale than the cone of uncertainty presented in this staff report. The one in the presentation had plus or minus 40% around Class D, I think, and the one in the staff report had a factor of 4. So and we know that there's many different industries with many different definitions of Class D estimates. From a council point of view, what are we to assume, or what are we to understand when staff says a Class D estimate? Should we assume factors of 4, or should we be assuming 40%? Because either is fine. We just need to know.
Thank you for the question. Keen eye. Yes, the cone of uncertainty in the presentation more reflects typical estimates through the Class D to A system. I think it's not so much the exact percentage, but what you can assume, I think Those classes are indicative of project maturity. And what you can assume at a Class D is that only so much information is known about a project and changes are to be expected. Those percentages are always determined by the coordinating registered professional. As an example, in building projects, the architects often get down to much finer analysis because they're building kind of from the ground up from that point. Civil infrastructure is an example. A geotechnical engineer might never reduce their accuracy below 30%, sometimes maybe down to 15. It's very project specific and also discipline dependent. As you can imagine, certain underground work has a higher, just by nature, higher inaccuracy of that estimate. I think with the Class D to A, it's the understanding that things will change and what you should be expecting along that project trajectory. The Capital Committee is looking at improved ways for how to communicate this to council. And certainly one of our challenges is that facilities and engineering are quite different. An engineering project might go from Class D to A within 8 months. We might not even have a Class D. You might already be at C from the get-go, whereas a long-term facilities construction project might be at Class D in year 8 from the beginning. So we are contemplating this, and the class estimates we think are a great way to try and indicate where the project is at. The specifics change, and also it's different between facilities and engineering. But we welcome feedback on thoughts you may have. But this presentation is important, and communicating how this works is important. And you can see from both the report and the presentation, trying to find this balance between early inclusion in the financial plan to indicate priority and determine funding sources, balanced against the fact that it's a process and will change. So this is part of it, and this is the work we're doing, and we want to empower council to be able to have some of these conversations through increased education from staff. And that's a very long-winded answer to your question around some specifics.
Okay, and I think, and I absolutely understand that different organizations are going to have different definitions. I mean, we have different definitions of words in different communities, right? So where this becomes important to me in making decisions is understanding when a number hits our budget, how much confidence can I have in that number? So, for example, the wastewater treatment plant came onto our budget in 2023 as $9 million. And that was $9 million to be being spent as far as the project, the budget that I was reading was to be started to be spent. Like that's when the project was supposed to start. So I was under the assumption that this project is at a fairly developed stage. The final cost of that project ended up around 20 million, which is a factor of 2. So I understand that there was things that happened along the way, but when we make decisions, we need to understand what's the probability. When we make finance decisions to put things in the budget, we need to understand what's the likelihood of something coming up and how much is it maybe going to cost. Because once we put shovels in the ground, it costs money to take shovels out of the ground. So is there a way, have staff thought about a mechanism to communicate to council the range of uncertainty in something that's clearer than Class D, Class A that has so much uncertainty in it?
Thank you for the question. There's a few maybe points in there that are interesting. As an example, let's say when you are seeing the 2023 number, sometimes there's spending that's happened in previous years. So you might make the assumption, if you've only looked at it, that you're seeing 9. There might have been 9 spent the previous year. So you can't always see at that one point in time on these multi-year projects. Not to say that's an example in this case necessarily, but what we, through our reporting, capital staff, we have been trying to reflect that in some of the comments as they've come forward that don't look quite right when you see there's a budget of 20,000 and a spend of 500 on a massive project. It's because you're seeing that very last year of that project. So through the current processes we have, we're trying to improve our comments so that there's a bigger picture being presented to council. As far as confidence in the number, what we have done in the past couple of years is try to put funding in the years of advance of the major fund so that we're signaling that we're spending money and we're trying to get to the end. What we're hoping you're not seeing is a big number with no work in advance. So we're aiming to do preparatory work, the permitting, the design, so that as that number comes closer, it is getting more refined. We're learning some lessons certainly as we go around not enough time spent in advance is why you're seeing some projects maybe pushed out or change. And this is the last few years, certainly, as Councillor Stoner mentioned, have been some major projects, and this is new experience for the district. I still believe that the classes, because it's a standardized framework, even though that percentage change, it's still within a range. A Class D is never going to be plus or minus 15%. It's always going to be up at that sort of increased range with its limited project maturity at that time. So that's the best we have right now. I think we're improving hopefully our project descriptions and our explanation through Questica, and we're standardizing those inputs to try and give council a little bit more information on that. But again, we have these touch points, which we're here to answer questions, provide clarity, and do our best to communicate. But what you are articulating very well is that this is a communication, you're discussing a communication challenge, which I think is for staff and council to work together on figuring out how we navigate that as we're making improvements. Are you liking those improvements? Is it working for you? Are you able to understand what it is we're trying to articulate, which I hope you are. But it's a team effort, I think, in that around the communication. On the process side, we are, as technical professionals, making those process improvements, as you'll see somewhat in the financial plan, but in the back end around how we're delivering these projects to improve our preparatory work before we hit that year of construction.
Thank you for that. And I have Mayor Harford next.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton, for starting us on the cone of uncertainty. It is one of my favorite terms that I've learned in my time here. I'm curious, just in that I really appreciate the framing of the maturity of the project and just the level of detail that's known. And I always think of the Class D as a bit of placeholder as best guess. But the cone of uncertainty has a line in the middle that says, and that has sort of plus minus. And I'm not going to pick on the graphic. That's not what I'm getting at. But I think in your presentation, you mentioned one at a later point. Actually, there was some savings. I know in some of our projects, there's examples of needing to just adjust the scope to keep it inside of the budget. And I know that changes to budget or budget challenges come to council maybe for for additional funding, that sort of thing. But how is that scaling of project piece accounted for? Because we sort of have financial controls, but there's this like outcome control that isn't as clear to me. And I can think of some examples. We heard the Public Works. I think the something similar at the cemetery. I think, if my memory serves, the dog run at Brennan Park could be on that list of just. And for me, some of those scaling pieces commit us to executing a future phase sooner, which does have a financial piece, and others perhaps council wouldn't have endorsed at the scope that we end up being able to afford from budget. So there's a bit of all those pieces aren't really clear for me, always. Can you sort of speak on those types? I didn't want to pick on any one project. I was just trying to throw some examples around for use in reply.
Thank you for the question through the chair. I'll do my best to answer your question. As mentioned in the presentation, we have a number of projects in the works between 25 and 40 annually. Scope changes happen throughout. Certainly the introduction of the project management office framework, we're doing a better job of project charters, identifying project charters at the start of projects. And that's us indicating what are the needs of the project and what makes it success, like how is it determined to be a success? And is at the end, is it going to be fit for its intended use? Scope changes that happen throughout a project, we would come back to council if there was a change that affected its intended use. Some of these smaller pieces like landscaping maybe aren't essential to the critical delivery of the project. So those decisions do happen often in a multitude of ways throughout our projects as they go. But the intent is certainly to come back to council if we would be deviating from the intent of the project, expanding or decreasing to such a state that we're no longer able to meet the project's intent. And that's where you'll have staff come to you for budget amendments. You'll see additional comments in our financial reporting where we are pausing, are waiting until further direction. And this is part of our broader improvements in that realm. I hope I've answered your question, but yeah, please ask more if you're.
No, thank you. That's helpful. And I think it's that threshold of one of what is a major scope difference. And I guess the other is that project charter and just having a clear understanding of that. So I'd be curious to understand how that gets developed. I think when just to use I'll use the dog park as a minor piece. I think that the sometimes the decision maybe on the scale of it is something that is actually important to the decision. So like and just understanding where that sits. And I don't want to complicate our process too much, but making sure that we do what we can to understand that charter, because what might be important to one around the table, like, or the project team might not actually, I haven't seen too many disconnects, but it's an area that I don't see a lot of all the clarity. But I also want to acknowledge that, you know, likely 99 times out of 100, those little scope changes are totally fine. It's just defining what those could be, I think, is an area that I would appreciate some additional clarity into, without taking away. I'm going to say both things at the same time, without taking away staff's ability to be nimble and respond to conditions on the ground. But somewhere there's a threshold, and I don't know. This feels important to me.
I saw CAO Glenda's hand, perhaps trying to seek some clarity on that.
Yes, if I might, through the chair, I think it would be beneficial for council and the public as a brief reminder on what did happen with the dog park, and then we might be able to provide more clarity on the question. Thank you.
That'd be great. Thanks. You're asking
From my perspective,
Mayor Herbert, what is your perspective of what happened with the dog park?
My perspective was and maybe I'm misremembering, which is totally fine, but I remember a larger L-shaped facility, and that's what we approved in budget. And what we got was much smaller in scope by quite a bit, and certainly by shape. And even in our discussions around dog parks, we sort of were striving for these conditions to reflect how people want to be with their dogs, which was more space to run and so on. And we'd done these informal ones elsewhere in designated off-leash areas, and that park was in an earlier design all the way down, turned, and all the way down the other side. And when that scope came back to what was there, I personally, it's not a deal breaker, and I if that's what was proposed, I wouldn't have been supportive of it, but that's what we got in the end, even though we had proved something bigger. Now, I might be missing a step. This is my foggy memory of this, but that's how that happened from my recollection, which could be flawed, and I'm open to hearing that.
Thanks for the question. this was before our time. So we're not exactly sure what happened on that project, but certainly what you're describing sounds like something that is being covered in our process improvements around charter and identifying the scope and what the intended outcome is of the project. And it we would have to assume that the scope was reduced because the budget was insufficient based on what we know today and what you've described. That would be an example, I think, where in current process, coming back with better descriptions in the financial plan or amendments or changes to communicate that better to council.
Okay, thank you for that.
Further questions, council? I have a few and then I'll come back to you. I think one of the things that I've been reflecting on different approaches we've taken, and curious if you have any thoughts, and this might just be project specific, but at times we use an IPD model, at times we use a design bid build. Do we have any learnings yet to date on successes or takeaways from those different approaches as we continue to go forward?
Thank you for the question. I'll maybe start that question and then we'll lead to Mr. Milley. What I can say is that through the introduction of the project charter, that is at the kickoff initiation of a project, we are now flagging what is the appropriate delivery model for this project. And that's a key part of our decision making prior to proceeding, because that does start to lead you down certain paths with how you procure the work. And then I'll pass it to Mr. Milley to comment on the second part of that question.
Thank you, Sarah. You've captured it correctly. I think the critical thing for any organization is exploring that at the earliest possible stage. What is the appropriate project delivery method? Forgive me for repeating myself. You may have heard this said previously, but there is no one best project delivery method, and it really does come down to a project specific analysis that needs to happen, and it needs to happen early. And as Ms. Baillie indicated, it does lead you down a path. I liken it to a swim lane. If you're in the pool and you're doing your laps, you're in a swim lane. Once you decide your project delivery method, you will get to the end using that project delivery method. There are pros and cons to all of them. I've had direct experience with most, if not all of them. There are times that project delivery methods, there are some project delivery methods that should be entered into with great caution. Things that you need to consider, for example, is the level of resourcing required. And I'll fall back to when we talk about the traditional construction delivery method, design, bid, build. It is the traditional method largely because of the known aspect of it and the fact that the resource requirements for the owner aren't as great as some of the others. So that's something for an organization to always keep in mind, is understand that when you enter into one of these alternative project delivery methods, is it does come with a cost in terms of people, time, effort, a lot of those things. And sorry, Chair, if there was a second part of that question, I may have lost that.
No, you very fulsomely covered both parts of my question, so thank you for that. My other question was, and I appreciate that we're moving towards kind of more of a project management structure with the project charter at the start. One of the impetuses around project management is the delivery of projects on time, on budget. We use that language in the quarterly capital project delivery or updates. I guess I'm just curious about, like, given the cone of uncertainty, the reality that costing changes over time, at what point do we actually start to kind of put stake in the ground that this is what we're planning for on time, on budget? Is that once we have gone out to bid, that we have a signed contract? Like, when do we start to get some assurances around what time and budget is for a particular project?
Thank you for the question. We're just confirming on our key project update because that's certainly been an internal discussion of ours as we've been trying to improve our general communications, and that's maybe a subtle change. We've been avoiding the use of on time and on budget because your project cost isn't really known until it's completed. I know I've been in council previously when I was seconded to facilities to discuss the owner held contingency. And through this presentation and report, you can see that the contingency is important, and we plan to utilize it in certain instances as we work with procurement to manage fair allocation of risk in contracts. So we don't actually know the project cost until it is completed. As we're working through our communications, trying to avoid the on time, on budget discussion, because those things are shifting as we're now planning earlier and pushing out construction to allow for that planning. That timeline might shift. And as Councillor Anderson mentioned, within the archaeological learnings we're having and other permitting requirements, we're trying to give ourselves that space so things do shift. And what you'll see coming from facilities is further reevaluation on our timing, our sequencing, and our budgeting, and Harmony can speak more to that. And that's where we're working together to between staff and council to manage those costs and changes as they happen, and not because we've said something means we're going to definitely continue to go down that path if we find through design that we need to make some changes. So on time and on budget is we're trying to move away from some of that language.
Yeah. And thank you, Ms. Baillie. And through the chair, just to add on, I do not see it in our current iteration of the key project updates. And I do agree with everything Ms. Baillie said. That is something we should get away with. It does constrain us, I think, through open communication, our 10-year planning horizon, and then coming back and checking with council that scope may have changed and that could change the budget, but is this the right thing to do? And what is council's direction when we hit those decision points, is making sure we're being transparent in our communication and bringing that to council to make the decision.
I'm going to ponder that for a minute, but thank you for the clarity on that. And my other question was around the section on council touch points during project delivery. And I think this is really clear, especially for the capital projects. The piece that I've always struggled with are like the enveloped budgets is what I call them. So like Mr. Morwood, the paving budget is one that I always come back to. We haven't seen it since my first year on council when we did the paving master plan. And the budget, I think, has sat kind of stagnant for the majority of those years. But I don't really have a sense at this end of the table, like if we're keeping pace within that envelope budget, if we're keeping pace with the asset management renewal that we really need to. The other one would be like sewer pipeline renewal. And so I guess I'm just curious on how this side of the table can get more visibility into kind of like those renewal projects that aren't the big capital projects, but are still substantive components of our integrated project delivery. That's the wrong term, but.
Thank you for the question. I'll start, and then we might actually have some additions from Mr. Morwood or maybe even Ms. Boxrud. The introduction of the prioritization framework has really helped staff in determining the prioritization of projects within those reserves or buckets. So yes, we do have certain annual projects that have multiple projects within it, which is why you see numbers of 25 to 40 being managed, because many are sort of within some of those annual buckets. When we have proceeded now to the capital committee, we're evaluating those annual line items against the projects that we've pulled out and their importance. And we all remember sort of the Queensway lift station. We're keeping a much closer eye on our prioritization. And when we do our budget planning, we're looking at the project list within those annual items and constantly evaluating the priorities within that reserve. As far as those numbers increasing over time, part of our 10-year plan is actually being able to look at the funding trajectory and look at that reserve in the long term so that we can actually start to increase some of the funding in those annual spends. But still, we're always still continuously analyzing the prioritization. So if we do have a big project that we feel is higher priority than the smaller list within the annual, we've had to make tough decisions through our kind of technical prioritization to maybe not increase that annual budget because we have other projects that are of higher priority. So we've made those decisions on the technical basis, but would always come back if we felt that projects were of high priority and we had some significant constraints. Maybe Mr. Morwood can add.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. I think at its root, we're happy. I'm hearing that there's not enough transparency in some of our annual programs, and we're more than happy to provide that. We'll maybe take it away and discuss maybe what that looks like. There are a few changes though that are being implemented. One is the communications department is improving their external portal, and we're part of that, feeding that information of all the different capital projects that are happening. And so I think there'll be more transparency through that new kind of system they're using, or that kind of expanded communication portal that they're using. Regarding also some of the annual projects is maybe you haven't seen the sanitary or the paving for a while because we haven't done updated master plans. Both are ones being currently worked on and is nearing completion. Another one is scheduled to happen next year. So that will be a great touch point. However, again, I'm hearing that kind of more on a granular level that there's opportunity here to provide some more transparency to the annual programs, and certainly more than happy to do that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I want to be clear. I think it's just like more a question of like, is there an opportunity to either include it in the quarterly variance report in like a little bit more of a visible manner? Maybe it is around the upcoming update of the asset management plan as well, and ensuring that the amount that we're putting in towards asset management reserves is sufficient to get through that long list of projects that we know we need to do. So it's just like, as we continue to evolve the system that we have, how do we make sure that we're all working in the same direction? I think I saw Councillor Hamilton's hand and then Councillor Pettingill, and then we're going to try and wrap this up.
Thanks. Just a thought on the idea of the envelope budget, like the roads budget, the sewer budget. One thing that I would find helpful is when we do bring the financial plan with this envelope budget, what are the things we're planning on doing that year? And then at the end of the year, what did we get done? And of course, they're not always going to align because things happen, but just having that, here's what we want to spend the money on, here's what we did spend the money on, check in, helps us understand that things are progressing well, or maybe they got off track for some reason. Yeah. This point's been touched a few times in a few ways, both in relation to the dog park and Councillor Stoner's question, when do we put a stake in the ground as to understanding when council's decision point is. And the cemetery comes to mind as an example of a project which I recall being in the financial plan for, I think it was around 1.3 million. And then I didn't see that project again until this financial plan, where it was an increase, and I think it went up to 1.6 million or something like that, with a scope reduction. And so in your description of where the council touch points are, where were the council touch points in that project, and how did I miss them, or where were they? It was this where were the touch points there?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. Yeah, I think our touch points were the variance reporting. I don't think that we, through the variance reporting, reported that there was, somewhat of a scope reduction from where we started. Going back to Mrs. Bailey's kind of earlier comment about the intent was to expand the capacity of the cemetery and expand the services that we're offering, and we did that. We delivered that, we're finishing up now, but we have done that. We have expanded the services and we have expanded the availability. What was left out was landscaping and wasn't critical and wasn't really highly defined in the original scope. Yeah, I appreciate there's some frustration and there's a desire for understanding where we're at earlier is what I'm hearing. But again, we feel like we've delivered the intent, but there was an extra piece that we wanted to expand upon, and that's why we came back to council.
Just before you get going, I think our CFO would like to jump in too.
Thank you for the question. Heather Boxer, General Manager of Financial IT and Procurement Services and CFO. I just wanted to highlight another piece of this is that we did actually, one of the touch points was during the financial planning. What we failed to do was to highlight it in order for the further discussion. Council actually highlighted it. We brought that back, had the discussion. So it was really an improvement in our reporting during the financial planning to highlight that this was a change in budget and scope. We took note of that and will be flagging any changes for council during the financial planning process.
Thanks for highlighting that process improvement. Do you have any further questions?
Yeah, I think it would be, so yeah, just the cemetery itself, the project itself, I'm not criticizing how we got there or what the scope changes were there. This is just an example of the execution of a project that I didn't see the touch points. And so maybe this can be an example of where can we highlight touch points and maybe bringing forward projects at the key, at the updates, at the project updates stage, the quarterly updates, instead of waiting for a year for the financial plan would be useful. Thanks.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, a few different things. One, I think it would be useful, and for me, maybe one of the places is during budget for things like, because we see special operating and sort of change, but we don't see just annual paving for the year, and just some of those pieces even at budget time would be useful. Like it just helps contextualize, for me anyways, or would help contextualize some of the special operating ones. Like sure, $500,000 for a trailer, what sounds like a lot, but maybe in the context of a $100 million road paving budget, it's not. So just some of that might be useful. I wanted to just and I apologize if I missed it, but we always talk about the cone of uncertainty, and in all the pictures it's symmetrical. But as I listen to the discussion and I look at the other alternatives, they're not. It's like, plus 100 to minus 50, right? And so because if I assume we're cone of uncertainty in the pictures I see, I would sort of assume if I looked at all of our projects over time, we'd end up on budget, right? Because there's an equal distribution. But it seems that a lot of the groups assume that things are biased towards more expensive always. And so just trying to calibrate our expectation, and should our expectation be that if you look at everything gross overall you're on budget, or should the expectation, which a lot of these seem to say, is like you're always going to be higher than what you anticipated overall once you calculate all the projects and see where you ended up.
I'm sorry, can I just seek clarity? Is that like across the entire portfolio of projects, or is that over the life cycle of a project?
Over a portfolio of projects. See, every project has an estimate, and one's going to be a little bit over, a little bit under, sort of plus or minus. And again, if you look at the cone of uncertainty, it sort of implies that you end up at, on budget overall when you look at all your projects. But when you look at some of like the MOTT things, their class 5 is, plus 100% or minus 50% is your sort of your range of error rate. So it skews towards your sort of error is always going to be you're underestimating the cost overall. And so I just want to make sure that, again, our expectations, because again, if we're saying we're cone of uncertainty, my expectation is that overall we end up on budget. But that's probably not a reasonable expectation. Yeah, well, am I correct? Like, should that be, because again, I want to understand what our expectation should be. I don't know if Councillor Hamilton can explain it better. Yeah.
Can I try to articulate the question? what fraction of our significant, and I obviously don't need an exact number because we don't have the number, but how often do our projects go over budget versus under budget from a Class A estimate? Because we have to pick a class at some point, right? From a Class A estimate, how often, roughly speaking, do we go over versus how often do we go under? Is that a reasonable summary of your question?
Yeah, you could pick any arbitrary class because, again, cone of uncertainty just sort of says you're just as much to overestimate as underestimate. I don't think that's the reality. I think the reality is we tend to underestimate in general, and not us as in District of Squamish, but people estimating in general. I want to make sure my understanding and expectation is correct.
Yeah, no problem.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. We're going to ask Mr. Milley to chime in on why we don't under or overestimate our estimations in the financial plan.
Yeah, thank you, Harmony. If I understand, and I don't know if this gets ultimately to the question Councillor Pettingill has, but certainly one of the things we talk about quite often internally is what could happen if you overestimate at the outset, and rather than subject yourselves to death by 1,000 cuts and watch prices go up and the budget being put under pressure, if you just balloon that up early on. One of the things we're always cognizant of is what that does to bidder behavior. I'll put it in those terms. One of the things you always want to be aware of is that budgets are public documents. Contractors, consultants, anyone that is motivated can know what that budget is. So while sometimes it might seem like an easy solution sometimes to mass up the budget and then you're never under pressure, but it does have a potential shortcoming in terms of you could end up overpaying for that project. So typically we always want to keep the budget to a realistic level. But I'm not sure if that gets to the question you were asking, Councillor Pettingill, and maybe if you can rephrase it, or I'm open to inputs from elsewhere.
Yeah, I guess maybe what I'm looking for is, it sounds like, for example, the MOTI chart on page 46 of our agenda, it sort of talks about the accuracy range, rough accuracy range of estimates when you sort of review back at different classes. And it's very clearly not symmetrical. It has a bias that you would underestimate. And that's not saying anything negative about anyone. It's just sort of so we can understand when we say this is a class 5 estimate, or in our case, a class D, I know what that means. It means we might end up at 50% below what we're estimating, or it might be double what we're estimating. And I understand we're early, and so there's lots of unknowns and so on, but just so I can conceptualize what is the margin of error and where does it fall. And so I think what I'm hearing is that something along the lines of the MOTI, the numbers might be wrong, but it's not symmetrical. It's not, you're just as likely to be over by 100% as below by 100%. You're more likely to be over by 100% than under by.
If I may, the cone of uncertainty that's presented in our report is not a linear scale below or above the 0. So it goes up 4 times and below it's a 0.25. So even though the arrows are symmetrical, the scale is, what was that? 0.25. Right. It is a weird one. Okay.
Anyways,
go ahead.
Sorry, I'll maybe take a stab at this. The cone of uncertainty is a visual representation of the fact that early in the project, you have greater unknowns. It gets refined over time. you're not necessarily going to have the information of what that exact accuracy is, because certain projects in the financial plan might be composed of estimates from 5 different specialists within that overall cost. And every specialist will have a different percentage. It's a tool to communicate that things will change. What the expectation should be is that things will change. Yes, some classification systems are more biased for increase than decrease, and that's what you've seen in the first draft of the cone of uncertainty. Other classifications have it even, plus or minus 40, plus or minus 20. It's a communication tool so that there's a general understanding that things will change. And as far as this sort of data on where you end up from where you've started, there's so many variables and factors across that project trajectory. Remember, the estimate is the best you can do for the information you know at that time. And as Mr. Milley mentioned, we don't want to inflate it. We want to just give the best we can at that moment in the project. And there's so many factors, as we've discussed in the presentation, that change that estimate. So remember, these estimates are produced by the coordinating registered professional, and they don't necessarily take into account the fact that we have low bid interest, low contractor interest on certain projects. So it's impossible for them to account for everything that might happen during the procurement process and during construction. It's always an estimate until the point at such the project is complete. So I don't want to get lost in the details of the cone of uncertainty or in the plus or minus, because the intent is just to be, as Harmony mentioned, to be transparent and open and come into it with an understanding that changes will happen. And what our job is as staff is to try and manage that change and work with council to make decisions as these things change over time. And the financial plan is where you get to each year, see what staff have stated about it, see what the estimate is showing at that time, and give endorsement whether you want to see that project proceed.
Thank you for bringing us back up to the 30,000 foot level. I am going to put a motion on the floor very briefly.
Yeah, so it's a follow on to this. And so the question is, are we looking for the right number? Because what I'm trying to understand with this and sort of backcasting, sort of, well, we had these numbers and looking back, is trying to understand, for example, and we've been using sort of actual costs, or in my mind, actual costs versus our budget at various points to understand, hey, should we in general be investing more in planning or analysis, or are we actually spending too much? And what's my comfort level? And so looking for a metric. And so actual costs versus budget has been, in my mind, a useful metric for that. I've been trying to say I guess what I was going to ask is there a better number? Because what I just talked about doesn't encapsulate scope. And scope change too. And so is there a better way we should be as counselors thinking about this, trying to sort of understand, when we get to the bunch of under projects, like, should we be investing more in analysis and planning? Are we at a good point? Are we spending too much on that? We should actually just get going, and we really can't predict a lot of the stuff. So let's just get moving and get it done. Like,
thank you for the question. We have a staff full of technical professionals, engineers and project managers in their fields, and we're improving our processes, and I believe we're putting the right time and effort into our processes. We're documenting the work and learning as we go, and I think that's it. Thank you.
All right, there is a motion in the staff report to receive the report titled District of Squamish Capital Project Delivery. It's moved by Mayor Herford, seconded by Councillor French. Would anybody like to speak to it? Go ahead, Mayor Herford.
I'd like to just thank staff for all the work in putting this together, and all of these projects, even not just the big flashy, fire halls and public works, but all of these projects are really important to the community. And also, these are the main drivers of our our budget and what the community sees and feels as they move around. So I think that the scale of the projects that we have already completed is really remarkable, and this looking forward is very ambitious. So I'm happy to see the process refinements here and to have this this discussion, and I think it's important. The conversation around I love the cone of uncertainty, and I also just it's so hard to work with, and so I appreciate your guidance through that. I think that building understanding. We've had some challenges even in the discussion today, nailing down what we mean by budget versus delivery. Are we talking on budget compared to Class D, compared to what we deliver the project delivers on, or is it from when a signed contract is in place, and do we get that out of that contract? So I think that really illustrates the complexity here and the importance of communication. I think this was a big step forward, but to engage with a member of the public on this matter and to explain what a Class D looks like, particularly in our 10-year financial plan, which is wonderful and took a lot of work to get there, but really to articulate what that means still remains challenging coming out of this. I think this moved us forward, but it is complex, but I do think we have a way to go in that communications piece specifically, but outside of that, I'm really appreciative of the time and the work so far. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. The key word that I've heard today is communication. For me, it just all boils down to communication. Capital projects are complicated from a finance perspective, from engineering perspective, construction, and to take those complicated and complex notions and boil them down in a communication form that's easy for us to digest. 7 individuals who are steeped in this stuff regularly is a big task, and we're a bit deeper into it than general public, and that communication part of it is so integral and so important. And I appreciate that that's exactly what we're doing here today is you're communicating to us what the challenges are and the learnings that have been accumulated, and the practices that are being put in place, and then communicating all that out.
Councillor Anderson.
Yes, following on Councillor French's emphasis on communications, there is a new initiative, new relatively, the last 3 years, that the public should be apprised of. The public is very concerned about our topic here this morning, this afternoon, and that is the Key Projects Update, the quarterly Key Projects Update. They are evolving. I actually would like to see some. I see that these are focused on projects over 25 million. I'm not sure. I think maybe we might extend that a little bit in some certain circumstances. But it is, for me, a milestone initiative over the last 2 council terms, and one that the public should be aware of. That we have this tool, a communications tool, where we can sort of be in the driver's seat and let the public know that. This communication is taking place on a quarterly basis. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. Yeah, thank you for all the work. I have absolute confidence that staff is working hard to make sure our projects stay on time, on budget, doing the right things in the right order, but most importantly, spending our tax dollars efficiently. I know that staff is trying their best to do that, and I think that one of the challenges staff faces is not knowing what we know or what we don't know as council, or what we as council might come into a project, what assumptions we might make or not make. So yes, communication, I think, is more communication would be valuable to me. A few points that I think that I'd like to pull out. Councillor Anderson mentioned the key projects definition of 25 million. I think that's a bit high. I think a key projects budget defined as sort of maybe as a percentage of tax requisition, somewhere in the 20% of our annual tax requisition. So that would be in the $10 million range, so that we can catch these projects where if they do go, if they start escalating for some reason, they will have a significant impact on our ability to do other things. Another thing, the envelope, the idea that Councillor Stoner brought up about envelope budgets, I would sincerely appreciate seeing reports both at finance time, at budget time, financial planning time, sorry. What are we planning on getting done? What projects are we planning on getting done with that funding? And then at the end of the year, which projects did we actually get done from those envelopes? There was a nod to it I think, in the council report, referring to looking for alternative examples or looking for examples of completed projects. This is something, Mr. Milley, I know you've read the book, How to Get Big Things Done, but this idea of a reference class forecasting, looking at projects that have been done to see how much something might cost, I think is extraordinarily valuable. And an example I'll pull up that I would like to see some examples of are the Pemberton Laurelwood Bridge. When I look at examples of completed bridges in BC, all the ones that I can find, I can't find anything close to 24 million. So I don't have a lot of confidence in that number because I can't find examples that have been close to that amount of money. And the last point, I think I would benefit from clearer touch points, more obvious touch points when active projects are at risk of going over budget or under scope, so that council can make a decision early about if there's a significant scope reduction, maybe to delay or defer the project completely. I think there's been a couple examples where we've got to sort of an end point or too far down the road for council to make a change. Thanks.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. Happy to receive the report. And just want to clarify, I wasn't meaning any of my questions as criticisms, just trying to wrap my head. I think it speaks to the communications piece about, I think as we've started to talk more about class A, B, C, and D and kind of uncertainty, it has improved our communications. I think it's still at this point, though, implying something other than what we're saying. And I think just if we can get a bit more clarity there, I think it just it's about setting expectations as opposed to saying where we should be. Just making sure we do understand what the constraints we're dealing with are and the uncertainties. In software, I do estimates from time to time. I hate doing them and I find it really frustrating and understand how challenging it is. But it's also very useful to then, when something is done, to look back and say, okay, so what happened, or I was on, or did much better than I thought, and just sort of that is a useful sort of debrief, I find. And so that's a bit what I'm getting at here. And also, one of the other things, it does come up, sometimes it gets said in this room that, some of our big projects have been over budget, so on and so forth. But the last quarterly projects report or whatever it was, there's quite a number that seem to be under the budget. And now, are we talking about class A, B, C, or D? I'm not sure. But I actually have an interest in understanding when we backcast across the entirety of our projects, where did we end up? And I don't actually know that. I don't know that it's true that overall we're generally over budget. That may not be true. And I'm looking for some way to kind of understand that. And that, how do you interpret the scope piece of that too? I'm not sure, but that's what I'm sort of trying to understand, because we may actually be doing a much better job than sometimes we imply with some of our comments around here. And so, yeah, I think this is some good work. I like where we're going with everything, and I guess just trying to express where I'm still trying to understand a little bit what's going on.
Thank you. Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks. Through the chair, thanks for this work. This is a really complex and difficult conversation to have. From my experience and perspective, it's really easy on municipal scale projects that obviously we deal with, of reaching what I call a juggernaut situation, where the project is so far into it that it's almost too late to turn around and make changes. And now we're committed to these cost escalations, and it has been an area of a lot of frustration for me. And yes, perhaps we're completing within this Class A estimate that we've been given, down the line, but it's nowhere near the Class D where our true decision point lies. So kind of any work that can be done to just narrow that change is appreciated by me, because it is, I don't know if it's an increase in touch points where we need to know. Certainly some of these projects, yeah, like I said, it gets to a point where we're so far into it that there's kind of no option to pull back. So if we have earlier touch points in like where it seems like class escalation or cost escalations are occurring, that would be greatly appreciated for me, for sure. But yeah, I understand it is very difficult, and we obviously have unforeseen situations like COVID and cost escalations and tariffs that we have to deal with on a municipal scale that result in some of these cost escalations. But to my mind, I think also something that could be considered is having larger contingency funds put towards these things so that we have a more realistic scope of what it could come in as. And to Councillor Hamilton's point, looking at other projects that have occurred in similar municipalities or similar environments, to just have a comparison and a touch point of being like, well, is this a realistic budget for this, and is this not realistic? And yeah, that could also be very useful. Thanks.
Thanks everybody for the comments, the thorough discussion, and to staff for all the work that went into this. As I mentioned off the top, I just think that this is such an important piece of the work as we evolve our processes. And what I see first and foremost in the staff report and the presentation is a continuous commitment to evolve our process and our procedure to make it better over time. That includes further communication with us at council, with our community, and I think most importantly, across the different folks that are represented here. You can't see it on the screen if you're watching at home, but we have a gallery full of staff who are dedicated to doing this work, and doing it in a way that is focuses on continuous improvement and clear delivery of the projects that have been available and presented for our community. I think we will continue to struggle. Like the piece of like moving away from on time, on budget still makes me a bit itchy. I'm going to be very honest, just because I feel like it makes, like, I absolutely hear that things change over time. Uncertainty is the name of the game, that, and our role as decision makers is to provide clear direction to staff to be okay with that uncertainty. At some point, we also need to be clear with our community about like what it is going to cost and where we're going to draw lines in the sand of where we're going to back away if something is escalating too much. So it's this in between. I'm not going to say we need to move entirely to or from, but it's been a really helpful conversation for me to think about how we articulate that in a different way. And how we communicate both with staff and our community around those changing and evolving practices. I will just say the part of the staff report that says the project management office, I just like have highlighted in yellow and I like starred around it and it says yay with an exclamation mark. Because I think that that's one of the biggest pieces that will actually, like when we passed this motion back in May, was really about ensuring that we have the structure in place to learn from the projects that we have done, the permitting processes, the things that are kind of hard for us to figure out, that we have institutional knowledge that we can pass on to future community members, council members, and staff as folks change roles, so that they have some institutional knowledge on how we get these projects done. So thanks for continuing to implement that structure for our organization, our community. With that, I will call to question after, and Councillor Hamilton makes a very short comment.
Correction, I would like to thank staff for pointing out that yes, the wastewater treatment plant did appear in 2022 as well, for a significant amount of money.
That's a very helpful clarification. And with that, I will call to question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Council, we have a delegation or an external coming in for the last presentation. So we will come back at 2:45 and we'll have a flip of the order. So we'll do the ice rink closure first when we come back from lunch, and then we'll do the tennis courts. But we'll see you back here at 2:45. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. We are back in Committee of the Whole for the District of Squamish on Tuesday, March 10th. We have a slight amendment to the order of the agenda, and we're moving into item 4, sub 4, the ice rink closure root cause analysis report. And I'll pass it over to staff for their presentation. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. My name is Harmony Cornwell, Director of Facilities, and I am joined today by Warren Jaggers, Manager of Facility Operations and Maintenance, and Paul Ellis, Principal of Summit Building Consultants. I'd also like to note that we have members of our Facilities Construction and Facilities Operation and Maintenance team here to support us. This afternoon, we are presenting the ice rink closure root cause analysis. The motion before us is that the staff update memo be referred to a future Committee of the Whole meeting for future discussion. A root cause analysis is a structured process used to identify the underlying reasons for a problem rather than just addressing its symptoms. The goal is to prevent recurrence by identifying the root cause. While the root cause analysis for the ice rink closure focuses on the technical and environmental factors that led up to the incident, we know how disruptive this closure was for the community. Because of this, we want to take the opportunity to present additional information. We'll be expanding beyond this report to share operational remediations and immediate actions we've taken since the event. We'll review the consultant's report, outline the actions we have taken to date, and discuss our recommended next steps for long-term solutions. As a general note, the term natatorium is used within the report and this presentation. For all those listening today, it is defined as an indoor swimming pool. To begin, I will pass the presentation to Mr. Ellis, who led the site evaluations and the technical synthesis of the engineering data that formed the foundations of the root cause analysis.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Paul Ellis. I'm the principal of Summit Building Consultants. By way of background, I have spent roughly 3 decades working with mechanical building systems across Canada and the UK, focusing on diagnosing operational issues in complex buildings and advising building owners on practical solutions. Summit was retained by the district to review the humidity conditions experienced at the Brennan Park Arena and identify the factors that contributed to the temporary closure. Today, I'll briefly summarize 3 things: what conditions were observed, why the arena closed, what steps can reduce the likelihood of reoccurrence. I will keep the presentation high level and would be happy to answer any questions afterwards. Slide 1, observed conditions. During Summit's site visit on November the 26th, we observed elevated humidity conditions inside the arena environment. Several indicators supported the observation. Humidity levels were elevated within the arena and surrounding circulation spaces. Condensation was visible on glazing and structural elements, which typically occur when warm, humid air conditions contacts cooler surfaces within the building. At the time of the review, temporary construction separations existed between the arena and the adjacent natatorium spaces. These temporary separations included visible gaps and penetrations that allowed air movement between the 2 environments. The natatorium ventilation system was also not maintaining its typical humidity control during that period, meaning the adjacent pool environment contained air with elevated moisture content. Finally, the arena dehumidification units were operating. However, they are standalone units located at opposite ends of the arena and are not connected to a ducted distribution system. As a result, moisture removal occurs locally near the units rather than uniformly through the arena. The key takeaway is that several potential pathways existed for humid air to migrate into the arena space. Slide number 2, why the arena closed. Based upon site observations, operational and historical information, the arena closure in early September was the result of several factors occurring at the same time. First, renovation activities temporarily altered the normal wall separation between the arena and natatorium, reducing the environmental separation between the 2 spaces. Second, the natatorium air handling unit system was not maintaining normal humidity control during that period. This meant the air in the adjacent pool space contained a high moisture content. Third, the region experienced a significant heat and humidity weather event in early September. This increased the amount of moisture-laden air entering the arena. When these factors occurred simultaneously, humid air from the pool, humid outdoor air, and reduced building separation, the total moisture load entered the arena increased significantly. The existing arena dehumidification system does not have the capacity to control humidity under those combined conditions. It is understood that as humidity levels increased, condensation and fogging occurred within the arena, and the ice conditions deteriorated to the point that a temporary arena closure was required. Slide 3. Preventing reoccurrence. There are 3 practical steps that reduce the likelihood of similar events occurring again. First is maintaining stable humidity control within the natatorium. Because the natatorium environment generates significant moisture, maintaining reliable ventilation and dehumidification in the space is important to prevent humidity migration to the adjacent areas. Second is restoring proper building separation between the natatorium and the arena. Permanent wall separations should be reinstated, and any openings created during renovation work should be sealed. Improving door seals can also help reduce humid outdoor air entering the arena. My understanding is that these 2 measures have already been completed so far. The third step is the long-term arena solution. The current arena dehumidification system has limited capacity and distribution capability. A future capital upgrade to the arena humidity control system would provide greater resilience during extreme weather events or unusual operating conditions. Any such upgrade would typically be evaluated through a detailed engineering review and the district's normal capital planning process. Closing. In summary, the arena closure occurred because of multiple sources of humidity entering the arena simultaneously and exceeded the capacity of the existing dehumidification system. Maintaining humidity control within the natatorium, restoring building separations, and evaluating future system improvements will significantly reduce the likelihood of similar events occurring. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. A few more slides on what has been done in some context. Renovating a recreational facility, while it remains open to the community, does provide continuity of service, along with inherent operational friction. To provide context on the extent of the closure due to the high humidity event, outside of the annual summer shutdowns that occurred in 2024 and 2025 during renovation, and the 2025 Lady Bridge dispute, the ice rink was shut down for 21 days. While we know this is disruptive, a full facility shutdown for the entire renovation would have resulted in a much deeper community disruption. The initial work that we completed at the time of the reopening was we restored safe ice conditions and reopened on September 20th, 2025. There was an installation of temporary poly separation and hoarding between the ice rink and the lobby during renovations. And there was a deployment of industrial grade dehumidifiers between the ice rink and the pool to remove moisture migration, and we utilized new HVAC equipment to condition the air as soon as the units were ready. Since the reopening, in addition to those immediate actions, we have implemented active door management. District and construction staff have been instructed to keep doors closed unless required for deliveries. The team is instructed to observe the usage of these doors during daily inspections. We replaced the failed Zamboni Bay overhead door in Q4 of 2025. Prior to the event, preventative maintenance was performed by site staff. Post-event, we have added a semi-annual scheduled preventative maintenance plan utilizing contracted professional HVAC technicians. In addition to the work completed, there is work underway. This includes technology and monitoring. We are in the process of planning and procuring CO2 sensors for the arena. Additionally, to replace old notebooks and spreadsheets, District IT is rolling out a centralized digital asset management system known as CityWorks this year to formally track maintenance work against district assets. Physical infrastructure. We'll have reinstated the permanent south wall by spring of 2026. The original wall was a slatted, thin wall with no thermal separation. The new wall will be thermally broken, insulated, and include a vapor barrier. And what this means is there are systems in place that stops heat and moisture from moving from between different areas of the building. Upon project completion, we will have the ability to cool the space immediately adjacent to the ice rink that we did not have before. Governance and oversight. We are strengthening our project management approach to support renovations with minimal disruption. This means more in-depth upfront planning, enhanced risk identification, and operational impact assessments before construction begins. We will continue to set clear expectations with contractors around working in an operational facility, and we will create a formalized lessons learned register to review with all interested parties prior to new work commencing. In addition to what is completed and what is in process, we are submitting a comprehensive project as part of the 2027 to 2036 financial plan to review, design, and construct a revised HVAC system that meets existing codes and best practices. This project will also consider upgrading the arena ceiling and wall insulation, and it will be done in coordination with the work from the Recreation Center Task Force. The primary pool air handling unit replacement project is in the planning phase and is on track for execution in Q4 2027. That concludes the presentation, and we'll pass it back to the chair for discussion.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Council, do you have any questions at this time? Mayor Herford, go ahead.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It's great to see the progress made on the issues. I was curious, in the report, there's mention of, I can think of two places. I think it's the dehumidifier maintenance and the maybe ice clearing log. There's a request for, or there was a comment that maintenance logs weren't available for them at the time of visit. Is that something that's covered in the CityWorks piece of advanced reporting, or is it capturing, like, was that a process that is improved now, or is that common to not have access to that level of detail that would have been helpful to in this case? I'm just trying to understand where those comments are at this point in time.
Thank you for the question through the chair. It is not, it was a staff capacity issue at the time of the inspection that prevented those reports from being observed on site. My understanding is that Mr. Jaggers and Mr. Ellis did speak afterwards, and content within those reports was made available. And yes, going forward, the CityWorks implementation will allow all of that information to be digitized.
Okay, thank you.
Council, any further questions? Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. So I understand there was sort of a lot of things that came together to make the situation very challenging. What's less clear to me is, for example, the temporary wall and the construction, was that alone sufficient to cause the issue we saw, or would it have been like, should we sort of in retrospect anyways have sort of thought like, hey, we're taking down a wall, there's a high probability that even in normal circumstances this will be an issue, or was this like a completely unforeseen, and that piece in particular I'm questioning, because that is a piece that we sort of controlled where some of the other stuff was out of our control.
To the chair, to your question, it was a combination of factors. The weather event in early September, the high humidity weather event, the natatorium air handling unit failure, the removal of the wall, all these factors combined together overwhelmed the current dehumidification system for the arena.
Yeah, I understand that combined they overwhelmed it, but was any one or two of those things sufficient by themselves, Or did it actually require all of those things to happen at once for us to reach this threshold where we had the problem we saw?
To the chair, there was a combination of events, not just one event.
Can I, and if I can, through the chair, just add, I do believe there'd be an element of speculation for us. My understanding it was the perfect storm of events, and to remove one of those elements from that perfect storm, we don't have the answer today to give you that clarity.
Thank you for that. Council, any further questions? I had a few of my own, some of which were addressed in the presentation, so thank you for that. I think I'm just trying to wrap my head around what is being done through the first phase of the retrofit work, which the primary line item in the green retrofit is the ice arena and pool heating, cooling, major reclaim system upgrades. I think I'm starting to learn that is different than HVAC. So can staff just clarify that differentiation? I was a little bit surprised to read in this report that our dehumidification system sounds like it's actually quite undersized for what it is that we need. That the air handling unit in the pool space failed. I hear that it's in the 2027 budget, which is good to know. But I think my expectation was that the HVAC system was going to be addressed through the green retrofit program, and my sense is that that's not the case. So can staff clarify how those are different and what is being done in the green retrofit phase 1?
Thank you for the question through the chair. I'm going to speak in general terms and try to define some of those items for you, and then I will ask Mr. Jaggers to add on anything that I may miss. So HVAC is an umbrella term, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, that all of these units that we're speaking of can roll up into. The HRV, which is a heat recovery ventilator, is what is part of the retrofit that is occurring today. And it is a way to recover heat from within the building to use to reheat the building. So there is the green aspect there. Separate from that are the dehumidifiers, which remove moisture from the air. So the green retrofit did not contemplate to address the dehumidification system to remove moisture from the air. It was to upgrade and put in greener heating elements. Did I miss any of the aspects there?
That does answer the question. I guess I'm curious about when we embarked on this project for the heat recovery, my gut is that they are all linked. If you touch one, it probably impacts the other. And so how much modeling did we do going in, knowing that we're going to touch one portion of the system, given the rest of the system is also, it sounds like it's undersized.
Thank you for the question through the chair. I would again be speculating, not being here at the time that happened. However, I believe that a deeper dive into the risk valuation could have occurred and what we would encourage to occur in future, but that would be part of the lessons learned we have from this current renovation, and we'll bring forward to anything else. This is absolutely part of the lessons learned that we want to do better in our next iteration.
Thanks for that. Councillor Pettingill, go ahead.
Yeah, it's not entirely clear to me, and I'm glad to hear that some of the maintenance logs and stuff were made available. But what was our awareness sort of leading up to this of the overall sort of functioning or status of our, in particular, the dehumidification elements of our system, or sort of our relative humidity indoors to outdoors? Is this something we were looking at, or we just sort of, that wasn't part of our normal practice? Or can you speak to sort of what we sort of knew going in?
Through the chair, Warren Jaggers, manager, facilities operations and maintenance. So our team does daily rounds of the building on 2-hour intervals to address the ice plant conditions and humidity levels around the arena. During this event leading up to it, we had successfully put the ice in under the conditions that we were presented with, including some high humidity was observed during that time. It wasn't until a few weeks later when we had this perfect combination of all these things happening where we're forced to ultimately close down the ice as a result.
So more clearly, like it sounds like one of the contributing factors is that some of our dehumidifiers weren't functioning at full, what you might expect. Did we have indications before going into this that there may have been issues with some of our mechanical equipment, or is that something we only discovered once we had the sort of failure, sort of broader failure?
Through the chair, there was no measured performance data on the existing condition of the dehumidifiers at the time. Maintenance was done in-house and there was no performance data to look to prior to the event. It would have been visual inspections mainly at that point.
Thank you. Council, any further questions on the report before us for staff? Yep, Councillor Greenlaw.
I have a question that might be outside of the context of this conversation. So if you don't have the answer, that's okay. But I've heard feedback from the public that the ice was the best it's ever been in its life when the dehumidifiers were active in there. And I was just wondering if staff can comment. If you can't, that's fine. But I was wondering if you can comment on what the expectation can be once all the renovations are finished and kind of the upgrades are done.
Thank you for the question through the chair. There are going to be improvements such as the permanent wall separation and the thermal blocking. So I would speculate there could be a modicum of improvement, but until we do the full assessment and understand what a future project could entail, I'm unable to determine what the condition of the ice will be, but that we will continue to monitor it because it is a priority to provide that to our user groups and our ice skaters of the community.
Okay, thanks.
I'll go to Councillor Hamilton, then Councillor Pettingill, and we'll try to move towards receipt.
Can you give me an order of magnitude, very off the cuff, very ballpark estimate of how much it might cost to upgrade the dehumidification system in the ice rink to something that contains the ductwork that's required to pull the humidity from everywhere and would certainly be sufficient to, say, pull it up to the condition that it was at when we had the temporary dehumidifiers in there? What sort of ballpark amount of money are we talking about? No expectation of whether it's a Class D estimate.
Thank you for the question through the chair. And I know we've talked a lot about estimations today and using benchmarking and our best information. I don't have that for you today. What I can say is that the physical constraints within the arena, when we spoke to the project engineers, the physical location we have to relocate those dehumidifiers in the ideal spots does not exist. So we're looking at more than just ducting. We're looking at physical space constraints. And I don't have any confidence in giving you a number today.
Thank you for that and that honesty. Councillor Pettingill and Mayor Herford.
Yeah, I think two things. One, just in terms of, we've talked about improved monitoring going forward. Is that something like more sort of someone walking around with a meter or taking different measurements sort of manually several times a day? Or is this sort of with all the automation stuff we see, like this will somehow be linked into something like our SCADA system and it's real-time digital monitoring with alerts and stuff? Or like what are we sort of looking at going forward?
So two things we've improved on. We'll be doing contractors that are coming in will be professionals in the field to service dehumidifiers. They produce detailed reports upon completion for recommendations to ensure they're working in their optimal state. We'll also have the ability to monitor the building as a whole on our building automation system, which has been greatly expanded upon the project. So we can manipulate various zones through for climate control through a centralized computer.
And then, well, just a different. So my understanding of this project was that it was a big project, and we knew in general, like from my mind, it was always a potential that service or operations at the Brennan Park could be interrupted. But we didn't have deep discussions about what does that look like and so on. And my assumption was that that's because we didn't sort of in the work we did come to a place where we thought this was a likely scenario. So we didn't, wouldn't make sense to do all kinds of detailed planning and stuff around that if you didn't think it was likely to happen. Is that sort of an accurate reflection of the circumstance, or, or did we sort of not, should we have looked at more budget for the project, or I guess I'm just trying to understand. Yeah, I'll leave it there. Is that correct? And sort of, we really didn't expect, it was really quite a surprise that this happened. And so we didn't have plans for a shutdown in place, and that's sort of why.
Thank you for the question through the chair. I would say that's an accurate statement. And again, there's a lessons learned that we will take forward into any other upgrades or expansions to Brennan Park or any of our facilities that are still operational. And in terms of sharing, our goal is in the issue and impacts section of our key project updates to highlight those items in that report.
Thank you for that, Mayor Herford.
Thank you. Earlier, I think it was Councillor Pettingill was asking if any one of these pieces, particularly the wall, was enough to be an issue. Along those lines, I'm thinking about, as we see more and more extreme weather events, and we've chose this issue happen early September, and the report does say that the dehumidification system is undersized for a facility, limiting its ability to control humidity under these conditions. Is that, like, do we need to start considering opening, like, operational times, like with those other factors taken care of, but our current HVAC pieces here are in place? Like, is it reasonable to open at the same time we've always opened, given the changes that we're seeing? I know some communities run all throughout the summer. I know it's possible, but with this happening, it makes me think about if we're setting ourselves up for reasonable expectations of operational hours or days, however you want to look at it.
Thank you for the question. It is a great question and something for us to consider. I think as we go through the process of planning for future work at Brennan Park, it's a consideration. I would like to state as well that everything else remaining equal, once the renovation is done, we were able to keep and maintain ice in, understanding that this perfect storm ideally would not happen again, but everything else created equal, we should be able to move forward, knowing that we also want to improve. So we are hoping to give continuity to the community, as well as improve and future-proof as much as possible for going forward.
Thank you for that. And I think in any in future discussions around this, like understanding and having council weigh in on setting, do we want to have a facility we can operate 12 months a year, or is it reasonable to have a facility that, like, to shoot for, and what the cost benefit of whatever those thresholds would be great to understand. I know that's not what we're doing here today, but I do think that's important, particularly as we see the rate of extreme and extraordinary events happening far more frequently as they have in the past. So, but thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, I'll be looking for a motion to receive the report and the presentation on the ice rink closure root cause analysis, moved by Mayor Herford, second by Councillor French. Any further comments at this time? Yep, go ahead.
Thank you so much to staff for all the work to address the issue and get folks back into into the building as fast as possible. And then for this piece of work about, which is really about reflection and making sure that we understand what happened so we can do our best collectively to avoid it from things like this from happening in future. So thank you so much for that. Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. Some of the big issues that some had identified are the product of design choices that were made for the arena back in the early 1970s, when the building technology that we had was way less sophisticated than what we see now, and energy efficiency was not nearly on the radar in the way that we value it today. So for me, this report tells me that some of the challenges in the existing rink likely aren't worth, quote unquote, fixing, because of how outdated or how far back that technology reaches. I'd rather see us focus on a second rink and a second pool and invest in that future. And once we've got that infrastructure, take a look back at, do we need to make changes to those older technologies that are in the existing rink? And through all of this and through the report, I think one of the things that I'm impressed with is the crew at Brennan Park has proven that when there's a challenge, when the building is working against them, the team rises up, comes with solutions, gets it sorted, and gets the arena open and allows people back into our facility to enjoy recreation.
Any further comments, Council? Just briefly, appreciate the discussion here today and bringing the report and the memo back for further deliberation by Council and an ability to ask some questions about it. And in particular, the more detailed slides around what actions have been taken, both in the short term and how we address some of the bigger components leading into the 2027 beyond financial planning process. I think to reflect on Councillor French's comments is a little bit challenging because I think we're kind of down the rabbit hole of investing into Brennan Park as our core infrastructure or our core recreation facility. And we are pouring $30 million into a renovation to resecure the core of that building so that it can continue to serve our community in the long term. Part of that decision process that we made was so that it could be used while we did renovations. We knew that that was going to be a bumpy road, but it was better than taking it offline entirely for 2 to 3 years and bulldozing what was there and trying to build new, let alone having the financial capacity to do so. But just the impact that that would have had on our community. And so I think that will be a future council discussion, financial planning, where we feel comfortable continuing to invest in improving definitely what is an outdated building. But we have already put a lot of time and energy into that. And I think as we continue to learn lessons of how we renovate an active facility and try and minimize the disruption to our community is important. And the reality that disruptions will occur, that renovations are difficult. But thank you for the discussion here today and looking forward on how we will make sure that it doesn't reoccur in the future. With that, I will call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We will take a quick 5-minute recess and come back at 3:25 for our last item on our agenda. Thanks. Great. Welcome back, everybody, to Committee of the Whole for the District of Squamish. Today is Tuesday, March 10th, and we are on the last item of our agenda. We did have a quick flip. Thank you for your flexibility. But we are now on item 4 sub 3, tennis courts, and I'll pass it over to staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Devin Kiyonaga, Director of Public Works, and with me is Megan Latimer, General Manager of Community Services. We're here today to talk, to present to you and have a discussion around tennis courts within Squamish, and to discuss next steps going forward with them. So I've put the staff recommendation up, but essentially there's two things that we are here to talk about. One is how to utilize existing funding for our court rehabilitation. And then also we'd like to talk about deferring review of additional court needs to the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. Specifically, the recommendations are to utilize the funding that we currently have for tennis court rehabilitation at Eagle Win courts, converting them from what were pickleball courts back to tennis courts, and then to defer any additional construction or additional work on tennis courts until we can until the Parks and Rec Master Plan, where we can do a fulsome review of our court needs at the district. And ultimately, we're looking for staff is looking for council's direction on these two items. So currently, we have 3 locations with tennis courts at the district. Starting at the south end downtown, we have our Eagle Win courts, which are currently closed. We have 3 courts at Brennan Park, and then 1 court in the Highlands, which we call the Boulevard Court. There are other courts in town that have transitioned to other uses years ago. What come to mind are Jura and Valleycliff. We're not discussing those. If you'll recall, in 2021 is when we had originally converted these courts to at Eagle Win to pickleball, kind of right before COVID, and during COVID, pickleball kind of burst onto the scene in Squamish, and there was an obvious need for courts and demand for pickleball courts. So Eagle Win tennis courts were converted at that time to pickleball. Very shortly after, we realized that there were issues with noise as related to pickleball and the proximity to the residents there. And so the Eagle Win courts were closed to pickleball, and budget was allocated for new pickleball or construction of new pickleball courts at Brennan Park. Those were completed in 2023 and 2024. We constructed 6 new pickleball courts, and at the same time also demolished the existing tennis courts and constructed 3 new tennis courts. We used to have 4, now we have 3 at Brennan Park. In 2023, $50,000 was allocated to transition the Eagle Win courts back to tennis courts. That obviously has not happened. And in 2025, we had a budget of just under $500,000 to construct additional tennis courts at Brennan Park, pending engagement on court usage. So in 2025, staff hired a consultant to review the status of the 3 locations, recognizing that budget may not be adequate to do everything that we were looking to do, and wanting to understand what the conditions of the courts were and where how far our budget could get us, essentially. We also engaged with user groups to confirm, what the demand, not to so much measure the demand, but to get feedback from the user groups on what they were looking for from a tennis and pickleball perspective. And essentially, we confirmed that there is a demand for more tennis and more pickleball throughout the community. At this time, staff don't recommend pursuing any major work at the Boulevard Court. That court is still usable. The surface, it's nearing end of life, I'd say, but the surface is still playable. There are some tripping hazards that we feel we can manage with some minor patchwork to just buy us time to get through the Parks and Rec Master Plan, with the intent of reviewing that site and that tennis court to see if tennis is really still the best use for that park. So if we focus in on Eagle Win, there was when the Eagle Win courts were converted to pickleball courts, you can see there were all these small fences put in to delineate all the different pickleball courts. When that happened, there were a lot of holes put in the surface as a result in order to put in the fences. What that's resulted in is damage to the court surface, essentially. And so the recommendation from the consultant was that the assessment from the consultant rather was that in order to turn this back into a tennis court, it's not worth trying to patch the court surface because of the damage caused by those holes. Part of the damage is because of water ingress. You can see them kind of heaving there. But even just the patching itself is quite extensive and wouldn't be long lasting, was the recommendation, or was the that was the opinion of our consultant. And so their recommendation, based on their analysis of the court, is that this court is at end of life and is must be replaced with a full demolition and reconstruction. Their estimate was for $575,000, which I note is above our current budgeted amount. And it included a 25% contingency and was also a very rough estimate. I don't know if I'd quite call it a Class D, but with the budget that we had, we just wanted to get a handle on what scale, what magnitude we were looking at. We're recommending replacement of these courts back to tennis courts in line with council's direction from back in 2023, but recognizing that this cost has gone up by an order of magnitude. If we look at Brennan Park, as I mentioned, there used to be 4 tennis courts. Now there are 3. There also used to be a hitting wall incorporated on one of the courts. There is space. There's equivalent space for at least 2 more courts and potentially a dedicated hitting wall or something to that nature. We didn't get a specific cost estimate for this site, but it's very similar to Eaglewin. It's about the same footprint. It's the same material. The difference is there's no need for demolition, so there might be some cost savings there. But there is ground improvements needed. We know that. We are recommending that we do not do any further construction at this time, and we wait and complete the Parks and Rec master plan next year to help us do a more fulsome assessment of what our court needs are. So if we go back to the recommendation, so if you remember 2023, council had directed us to return the Eaglewin courts to tennis. Costs have gone up. And the court needs throughout town are not fully known. And to do a fulsome review, it really makes sense to do that as part of the Parks and Rec master plan. But the recommendation is to utilize the funding for tennis court rehabilitation towards conversion of Eaglewin courts back to tennis and to defer everything else to the Parks and Rec master plan. And that's the end of the presentation, and looking forward to discussion.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm going to kick us off with a question, then I'll go around to council. I'm just wondering if staff can explain or clarify why the $50,000 budget wasn't used in 2023 to rehabilitate the courts as directed at that time.
Thank you. Yeah, through you, Chair. Thanks for the question. So at the time, we focused on pickleball, constructing the new pickleball courts. So in terms of priorities, we wanted to construct the pickleball courts. Remember, there was a lot of demand, and we had preemptively closed those courts at Eaglewin. So the focus and all the effort was put on replacing those pickleball courts. And then for efficiency, it made sense to do the tennis courts as well. They were at end of life, they were settling, and there were a lot of issues with them. So we, to save on mobilization fees and that sort of thing, we did the tennis courts as well. We were not able to get to the pickleball courts at the time. And right after that, we had some significant turnover. So everyone who was working on that project from the public works side ended up leaving. And so it ended up being delayed. And then in 2025, rather than rush into just fixing it, recognizing that there might be cost, that 50 grand might not be enough. That's why we hired the consultant to get that cost estimate.
Thank you for that clarity. Okay, council, questions? Look at them all. Mayor Herford, then we'll go down the line.
Yeah, thank you for the report, and I'm excited to have this opportunity to dig into this. The feedback I'm hearing from community and maybe others are hearing different, it isn't so much about what happens on the court, like tennis or well, obviously we had some feedback about pickleball happening there, but it's about sort of the community space not being used. Is there some is there a way to do a way to open it up, make it usable for something, without going to full tennis court. Because I don't know that full tennis court is the thing. It's more about that there's this, to me, there's more that there's this unused community space. And we've seen these spaces be repurposed, like you mentioned in other areas. And it's, having walked past, I've been past it many times, and just that precinct could use some more activation. So if we can spend all this money to convert it to a tennis court, which is likely a higher standard than letting community in there to play some, street hockey and a basketball hoop, or maybe not. But maybe there's some in between here. Has that been until such time as the broader master plan happens, like a placeholder usage? Has that been considered at all, or do you have any comment on that?
Through the chair, thank you for your question. Yeah, so I've put up a slide that summarizes the alternative recommendations that was in the RTC, or the report to council. So it is a topic of discussion, I think, for today, to discuss if we want to go down that route. Certainly something we can look at if we're going to explore interim alternative uses or final alternative uses for the site. We're really going to need to do some engagement with the community to understand concerns and what the needs are. It's something we can absolutely look at doing, but we would be looking for some direction to that effect.
Thank you for that. We'll go to Councillor French, then Councillor Pettingill, then Councillor Anderson.
Thanks, Chair. So from this conversation today, is it possible that the construction of revised tennis courts at Eaglewind would be complete by, say, this coming fall, or is that too ambitious? Any thoughts you can share about timelines for having tennis being played at Eaglewinds?
Thank you for the question, through the chair. Yeah, so we have a project manager assigned to this project and on standby to start once we make a decision on how to move forward. Exact construction schedule would be yet to be seen. We would have to go out to tender, confirm we have adequate budget, and then that would be ultimately when we would have a better handle on that. Our goal would be to try and complete this year, though.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, a couple of sort of related questions to start. So my recollection is the primary objection when pickleball went in was noise, but it wasn't just the ball and the rackets. It was pickleball players are more rambunctious. And that's something that I see repeated in communities online everywhere now that I look for it. And so there's a perception about the players and not just the equipment. And so, I realize we're 5 years later, but I see an enormous amount of activity at Brennan Park. And so I sort of ask myself, and do we know, might we end up with, sure, you don't have the pickleball noise, but the community's grown so much, it's so much more popular, you're going to have those loud conversations and sounds of joy and so on that maybe not everyone wants. So what level of due diligence do we have at this point to know that a very active tennis court, sort of as active as an additional one at Brennan Park would be, is going to fit with the community expectations for noise and disruption and so on?
Through the chair, we haven't done any further study on noise or standards around tennis. I can speak from my own experience playing tennis that tennis tends to be less rowdy, but that's and then anecdotally speaking, but yeah, we have not done any research into that at this point.
Okay, I guess I'll just slip in a quick comment that I'd really lean towards multi-use until we understand more broadly what our needs are and where I have a trouble, given our past experiences, really sort of deciding tennis is the way where we spend all our money right now.
I see Ms. Latimer would like to.
If I may just add, I think with any of the recommendations that are being put forward, it would require some additional engagement with the community to really understand what the different impacts and what the different desires are of the community in terms of how we use those spaces. So I would just encourage us to consider including that in any direction that we see from council.
Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks. Did I see a small hockey net in the Eagle Winds court, the corner of the Eagle Winds court? Yeah. Oftentimes, uses to space develop organically, perhaps effective uses of space. One of the alternative recommendations direct staff to explore interim alternative uses for the Eagle Winds courts is converting them to ball hockey courts, effectively 6 small ball hockey courts with some nets on either end, without a full refurbishing of the surface. Is that the sort of thing that's within the scope of possibility here? I'm hesitant to spend $500,000 on a court when it's not clear that large spend is the best use of that money, whereas spending a few tens of thousands on some hockey nets and repairing the fence or whatever needs to be done may be a better path forward. Is what the staff is thinking in terms of an alternative use or some kind of?
Yeah. Through the chair, thank you for the question. Yeah, at this point, we haven't identified any alternative use, and I think that's up for discussion. But once again, we would want to make sure we engage with the community to make sure that it seems like a reasonable use for that space. Does that answer?
Yeah, I think so. And I think the piece that I'm trying to convolute in here, to overlap in here, is reasonable use for the space and the amount of money it's going to cost us to get there. And that's a piece that the community, it's hard for the community to sort of weigh in on without actual numbers. If you ask a community member, should we put $20,000 into some hockey nets or should we put $500,000 into a tennis court? You'll get a different answer than should we put hockey or tennis, or ball hockey or tennis, right? So engagement, I find, is challenging because it often doesn't include that. How much is it going to cost to do it? So that's not a question. My question is, what would be the timeline for that sort of engagement?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I believe, yeah, we would have to bring back a timeline for you. We have not engaged with communications to start a project at this point. Like, we haven't kicked anything off in terms of engagement. So until we do that, we won't really know what our timeline is for that portion.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Mr. Kiyonaga, I wonder whether you may be able to pull up the slide with the overview of photo of the Brennan Park facilities. My question really is how the issue I would raise might fit in with your project scope or budget. And that is a matter of street lighting at this facility. This was brought to my attention by a member of the community just over a year ago. And I went to investigate, and in particular on the south and west side of the tennis and pickleball courts, that's the road leading out to the highway, it's extremely dark. And it's also an area of active pedestrian and cycling activity. And I became convinced in looking at this situation in the evening during the darker parts of the year, late summer and in winter, that in fact was a risky situation. I may be out of date and that the issue may have been corrected, but my question is there an opportunity within the scope of the facility improvement budget to address the issue of street lighting around those active pedestrian and cycling crosswalk areas on the west and south sides of that facility?
If you have an answer, then great. But I will say that lighting is outside the scope, I think, of the pickleball budget and the tennis court budget. So, but if you have something you would like to add, you may.
Through the chair, correct, is outside of the scope of this budget. And I would say that would probably take away a lot of budget from and what would allow us to do any of the tennis court or additional court rehabilitation. One thing I would say is that I don't have an answer, but there is development happening across the street with the Anthem development. And I don't know to what extent their lighting, any road improvements might occur as a result of their development and what kind of lighting that will cast in this area. So we could bring back more info at another time to that specific question, if you'd like.
Thank you.
Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks through the chair. I'm just gonna beat some dead horses here. I'm just wondering about the status of the court right now in terms of usability for pickleball. Like, is it safe to use in that capacity? Other issues aside.
Through the chair, just for clarification, are we talking about Eagle Wind?
Sorry, yes, Eagle.
Okay. It would need some work, but in theory, yes. From a safety perspective, the court is very slippery right now because it hasn't been used and cleaned. But if we cleaned it, in theory, you could use it for something, yeah, or for pickleball.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Pettingill, go ahead.
Yeah, my recollection of earlier on, a couple of us, I think, wanted to see this not full multi-use, but pickleball / tennis with sort of movable fences and sort of lines painted for both. And I think the feedback we got at the time was the pickleball folks were very eager to have it, you know, posts in the ground and exclusive pickleball lines and so on. I want to check, do we have anything that would prevent us from thinking, you know, we've heard floor hockey, but tennis, floor hockey, like any of these things could be sort of, you know, you bring in the nets or things you want on the day, or do we feel like a bunch of these uses actually require a single dedication? Or do we know we just haven't gone to do that work? Like, are you sort of, it has to be tennis or nothing, or basketball or nothing? Like there are sort of, we could do tennis, basketball, or hockey depending on what nets you want us to drag in or out. Like that sort of thing is generally feasible.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. With regards to pickleball and sharing lines, we've done research on that, and it is best practice, and feedback from other communities and user groups as well all point to delineating and not sharing spaces. It just creates too many user group challenges. And this is not just our user group saying this, but what we're hearing from other communities as well. So ideally, we always delineate those two uses because especially when there's a demand for both. And that is what we saw when we were sharing courts. There were problems and there were challenges with that. So having them delineated has worked a lot better. With regards to other uses, you know, hockey or basketball or whatnot, once again, we haven't gone down the road far enough to know what a suitable use would be for, say, the Eagle Wind courts. And so whether it would be a multi-use that people bring stuff in and out of, or whether it's a dedicated use is something we would have to review more in detail at this point to be able to comment on.
I have a few questions, and I think the mayor might have a motion, but this was, I think, before both of you sat in the chairs that you're currently sitting in, so you might not have the answer. But before we closed down the Eagle Wind courts, there was a extensively negotiated time of play for pickleball, and the fence was locked, the fence was opened. I'm just curious how much staff capacity that was. And if there's an option to go back. So, and I'll preface this with, like, to me, I think the most important part is just to like get that asset back to community use. And so I'm trying to think about different ways that we can do that. And that was maybe one way, but I'm curious what the staff capacity demand was there to like manage the in and out of hours of play.
Thank you. Through the chair, I don't have a specific cost for you, but Mr. Kiyonaga can speak a little bit more in general how we manage other spaces. But for this particular area, I was in public safety at the time, and I know our bylaw staff were quite heavily involved in supporting public works staff in terms of managing that space. And it was quite challenging. They were having to visit multiple times a day to open, to close. People were breaking in during closed hours, so they were going to respond to that. So it was a demand on resources. It is something we could look at for the future, but it would require looking at what those service levels are.
Through the chair, one thing I'll add too is we do have other areas in the district where we have a gate, say, that is open and closed at certain times. And because if it lies within outside of our typical working hours, then we have to be careful because we can incur overtime or we contract it out. Examples of costs are anywhere from $10,000 to $20,000 a year for an outside party to manage that gate for us. So
that's helpful context. And then as I kind of try and think about like what's starting to feel like me like a bit of a like stopgap measure to get us to the Parks and Rec master plan, really, like maybe across multiple courts, with that thought of just trying to get this asset back into community use. Can we just take like the gate off and let the community use the space, like do a power wash of the courts, and then there's already somebody already put a hockey net up there. So they're going to do it. I just wonder if like we take the barrier down, just let the community have their community space back.
Through the chair, that is something that we absolutely can do. I think that's the discussion direction we're looking for. What we would recommend is that we would do some work to engage with the local residents there and understand what kind of park usage we would want to permit there. A challenge there is if we open it up to anyone, then anything happens, and then we potentially end up back where we were several years ago with noise issues. Conversely, if we try to limit it too much, now suddenly there's an enforcement element, which is hard to manage sometimes. So it's that hitting that sweet spot, and that's why we feel engagement is necessary. But we'd be looking for that direction today.
Thanks for that. I think Mayor had a potential motion, but I think Councillor Pettengill, you have a question, so we'll go to you first.
Yeah, do we have sort of the same sort of park use challenges in any other park? Like in my mind, we hit a pickleball conflict, which was a sort of a provincial or national or international conflict thing. And so like, am I being naive in thinking like we could just sort of maybe even say no pickleball, but other than that, like just communities figure it out, sort yourselves out like you do with every other park, which generally seems to work well. Like, or is there some reason like why this park has to be treated differently, or we expect it needs special treatment? Like, is there something unique here? Because in my mind, I'm worried a bit about setting a level of expectation of like who's deciding this community-wide park that I'm feeling a little bit uncomfortable with. And maybe, there's again, this sort of pickleball aberration, but maybe we're past that and we can be a lot more hands-off. Or is there a reason to think that that's not the case here?
I think that might be a question for your council colleagues, how we might want to direct staff level. And I've heard them say like it's a balancing act between like if you want to be really restrictive on what uses can happen there, then there's an enforceability component. If you're really open with the uses that we allow there, then we may hear from the neighbors, which is what got us down this road in the first place. And that was a council direction at the time. So staff may want to weigh in there, but I actually think that's a question to your colleagues as to how prescriptive we want to be with the allowability of uses in what is otherwise a community park. To your comments, though, we aren't very prescriptive across our other community parks, but we have also put money into the Eagle Wind Park to set it up for pickleball. So I think that's one of the risks. If we take the fence down, there are lines, there are fences there that would enable pickleball users to use that space. And that was the defining issue of challenge a few years back. Does anybody else want to reflect on Councillor Pettengill's question to the group? Yeah, Mayor Herford and then Councillor Hamilton.
So in Councillor Pettengill's question, what I was hearing was, or triggered a question for me, I guess, is sometimes I think that when there's an issue council hears about it, and other times there's this thing that's happening that we don't hear about. And do the other parks that are like, is this really an outlier? Or are there other parks that generate, active management and from bylaw and staff to around the uses? Like, you could use I don't know, Boulevard Courts as an example. Like, are we seeing that? Do we get feedback in our other parks about what's happening in the parks to the same extent as we did here with the pickleball issue? Or is pickleball really the outlying issue of this whole piece at this point?
Through the chair, I don't think I can answer that exactly how you want me to answer it. I would want to check back with my parks team to ask more specifically about the other parks, but I can speak to my own experience that I'm not seeing complaints come in on the regular about other uses within our community parks.
Thank you. That's specific enough for me today. I don't need the more detailed piece. Chair, I'm ready for a motion if we're there, but I'm happy to hold that if there's.
Councillor Hamilton, then Councillor French.
Yeah, in response to Councillor Pettingill, I share your concern with the challenge of how much of a voice we give to the folks adjacent to a park facility in the use of a community park facility. I think one of the challenges, so it's a community amenity that came with a development, and it's for the whole community. One of the challenges I think this court probably faces is that it's immediately adjacent to an apartment building, which is not the case, as far as I know, unless you can think of any other park spaces that are directly adjacent to an apartment building that would have a court that would make this kind of noise, pickleball or other. So I think that's one of the just a building constraint that we're facing.
Councillor French.
Thanks. I too wanted to respond for Councillor Pettingill. Hardcore pickleball player, right? We all know that right here. And I am a hard no for pickleball at Eaglewind. I feel strongly the low fence dividers that are there now have to come out. And ideally, the lines would be removed as well. Some players don't care about the impacts on others. And we saw that at the height of the complaints. We put the time restrictions, people were disobeying those. And I talked to pickleball players who were chastising me and the rest of council for being so harsh and taking the side of the poor residents living, particularly in the upper floors of the apartment building. They were hardest hit. So clearly demonstrated to me that they didn't care that the game that they play creates a decibelic noise range when ball hits paddle that is the equivalent to sirens. So babies weren't sleeping. I know of one person who runs a therapy clinic out of their home, and that time period when people were playing pickleball, they could not have their clients participate in sessions because it was so distracting for the clients who were calling in from who knows where. So I want to make sure that everybody understands how impactful that sound is of ball hitting paddle in pickleball. We're asking for problems if we allow pickleball to continue or to return to Eaglewind.
Mayor Herford.
I'd like to make a motion that council directs staff to explore interim alternative uses for Eaglewind courts that exclude pickleball. And if it's seconded, I'll speak to it.
Seconded by Councillor Pettingill. Go ahead.
Thank you. We just heard a compelling reason why for those that weren't that don't remember our times of receiving the feedback on the pickleball use here. I think that it's important we take these lessons on. Today has been, I'd say broadly, the theme has been lessons learned in a lot of cases. This one, to me, we being part of the original decision last term to make this conversion really was something that was done outside of normal process and outside of master plans and so on, and was the result of some very effective advocacy from newly, from folks that had just discovered pickleball and were trying to get some facilities in place. And council today, myself included, made the decision to make this investment and put them here. I think that a lot of lessons were learned, including that the noise we heard is not compatible and should be cited elsewhere. We've taken that step. I think the other lesson I'm learning here, and I hope that we all learn, is that these master plans and being intentional with them are really important, so we can make the investments that we make them stick. So I'm hoping that so rather than going the full measure of returning this to tennis, which is a tremendous expense, I'm not ready to direct here. I do think that finding an alternative, an interim alternative configuration to those courts is the path forward until such time as there is a master plan and we can figure out what our council today can make a more informed decision. The types of things I'm thinking of that could happen here, we've seen elsewhere, basketball hoops, and make sure that it's safe. But I do think the lines need to come out. That's why I felt it was important to ensure that language was in the motion. And beyond that, I do think that consulting with the people that will be impacted by the noise generated by whatever there is important. But I do know that living downtown, this is a park I frequent regularly, and I'm far more than 100 meters from the park. So I want to make sure that our engagement reflects both of those things, the needs of the community in downtown Squamish, where this is their recreation facility, as well as the compatibility piece. So that's why, and I recognize the need for engagement for both of those reasons. So that's why I'm recommending pursuing this course of action here at this point. Thank you.
Before I go to the seconder, I just want to clarify, do you have an amendment that you're wanting to put forward? Or you just want to speak to the motion?
Clarification on
Yeah.
the motion.
Go ahead.
There's no dollar value associated with the motion. So does that mean it's acceptable to spend the 500,000 on this rehabilitation?
My expectation is that this would come back to council. I contemplated putting the 55, like choosing an arbitrary number, but in this direct staff, in the explore interim alternatives, that would need to come back to council for endorsement. And perhaps we can add that to the motion if you.
No, okay, thanks.
Go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, actually, a clarifying question on my own decided. If I want to make an amendment, I take it staff's understanding of the current motion would be that we would basically still prevent access until we had decided what that interim thing would need to be. So if we just, for example, if I just wanted to take the nets and posts down and keep it open like all the other parks while we figure out what this interim or midterm thing is, that would require an amendment. Like that's not staff's understanding unless we amend that sort of direction into this. Is that correct?
As the mover?
That is not the mover's intent. The mover's intent is that we engage with community, figure out what could be there and what should be there, and then move forward. Not because the taking out the fences, we still have the heaving. There's money that needs to be spent there. So I think that engagement needs to happen, and I think that I would hope that the community sees that as as the signal that it is that something's going to happen here soon. And we need to make a plan for that and can have those conversations. Not that we leave here and on the way home, take the bolt cutters to the lock on the gate. So being intentional is what the motion was.
Go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
I'd like to test an amendment then. That while this interim work is being done, staff remove the posts and nets, not the lines, but the posts and nets, and provide access equivalent to other courts in the community.
I see lots of questioning looks at the other end of the table. Whose staff want to seek clarification before that amendment is seconded?
Yes, thank you through the chair. I think I know that what staff would prefer is understanding the outcome council is looking for and not the operational mechanism by which that happens, i.e. take out nets, take out posts, etc., and leave that technical element to staff.
So let me try rewording it. My intent is to, while we're figuring out the interim, just give the community access. But I think removal of some of the key pickleball stuff like the nets and posts is sufficient to prevent the pickleball issues, I believe. And so something to mitigate against that. I think no matter what we do, those have to come out. So it's not an additional expense, but like if there's some heaving left, so be it, play around it, right? Like.
Okay, I am going to go to staff. I see that they would like some clarification. I also just want to be clear. I don't believe there are any nets there at the moment. There's some fencing, but go ahead, staff.
Through the chair, correct. Nets and posts for pickleball have all been removed. So it's only the chain link fences that delineate the old court spaces that are left.
Did you want to clarify anything else at this point, recognizing that there's a motion on the floor, so that's a little bit awkward, but is there anything?
I think just a point of clarification that staff would need to bring back a scoping of estimate in terms of what the cost would be if this motion should pass. And we will need a little bit of time to do that, but we could bring that back to council for then proceeding with the decision.
All right. I saw Councillor Hamilton. No, sorry, you had a proposed amendment that was.
So I guess the amendment would be just, given what I've heard from staff, that the community be given access to the courts while this interim work is being done, equivalent to access of our other courts, like hours of the other courts. I just don't want to see it closed while we figure out what the interim solution is.
Okay, so there's a proposed amendment. It is seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Any further comments on the amendment? Go ahead, Mayor Herford.
I won't be supporting the amendment, although I support the intent of getting this back in community hands as soon as possible. We heard throughout the conversation that some work would need to happen prior to anyone even going in there, as far as it being slippery, unsafe. And then whatever interim piece we land on, the work will need to be executed. And I would rather set the expectation we're going to figure out what we're going to do there. We're going to implement it. And when it opens, it goes back to community way it goes. Not, oh, you guys opened it in the middle of March and then closed it in May to do some renovations and it didn't actually open until June or some such scenario. I'm pulling dates from just fabricating here, but I do think it's important that it happens in a planned and controlled way, and that was the intent of the original motion. And I, having walked past there a lot, it needs to be brought back, and I think that's a key piece of but brought back to what? I think it'll lead to 2 interim steps, which is not the intent.
That's all right. For our minute taker, we're going to clarify. You have the original motion, but you missed the amendment. Is that correct? So the amendment was that. Go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
That the community be provided access to the courts equivalent to other courts in the municipality while the interim work is being done.
And Councillor Pettingill is going to write that out and email it to you. Thank you. Any further comments on the amendment? Councillor on the amendment? No. Councillor French.
I will not be supporting the amendment. We've made the mistake at this location once of trying to make a decision on the fly without sufficient relevant information. I would hate for us to do that again to these poor folks who live in this neighborhood. And I worry that the amendment is going to take us down a road that we don't want to be on for a second time at this spot.
Councillor Hamilton?
I don't know if this is a question maybe clarification to staff, but I think that staff have already answered the question. Okay, so does the mover have an intended timeline for reopening? Because we could be talking about the Parks and Rec master plan. We could be talking about 2027. That would still apply to your motion, or we could be talking about 3 to 6 months from now. If we're talking 3 to 6 months from now, I'm in support of the motion. If we're talking a year to 3 years from now, I'm not in support of the motion. So do you have any way to scope to
I would welcome an amendment that had that language. I think that in the report and in our discussion, we were talking about waiting until the 2027 master plan, and the interim was prior to that, so it was quite broad. But there's available budget, and so it could happen faster. I wasn't prescriptive about that in the motion. I think that would be an amendment that I may be able to support, depending on the language of it, versus addressing getting at essentially the same issue in the mechanism that's proposed in this amendment that's before us right now.
There's an amendment on the floor that I'm going to call the question on, which is whether we allow immediate use to the courts while the interim solution is being explored. On the amendment, I'd call the question. All those in favor and opposed? Councillor Anderson, Councillor French, Mayor Herford, Councillor Stoner oppose. So on the main motion, which is that staff pursue an interim, what was it? I should have it. Oh, right here. Explore interim alternative uses for the Eagle Wind Courts. That is a current motion on the floor. Go ahead, Mayor Herford.
Okay. Just a question to staff. With this was very much the alternative recommendation. It speaks to incurring costs and so on. But what timeline is understood from this? I want to make sure that we have a shared understanding here without being, unless we need to create that through way of motion, which I think it has its own, cuts both ways. So just, had you put any thought to that? If this was to be approved, what timeline would result in?
Through the chair, we would need to connect with our communications department to really nail down that date and come back with what our anticipated timeline is. And then also setting the expected interim period will be important as well. Keeping in mind the Parks and Rec master plan will start in 2027, but by the time we actually get to a decision and capital recommendations and budget and all that, that could be several years.
Thank you for that clarification. Any further comments on the motion on the floor? Go ahead, Councillor Anderson, then Councillor Greenlaw, then Councillor Pitt.
Thank you. I won't be supporting the motion on the floor. I would prefer to support the staff recommendation of tennis court rehabilitation. For these reasons, tennis is an all ages sport. There's clearly a demand. It is more of an all ages sport than, say, skateboarding or ball hockey. And I think that this is an important consideration as we consider our recreational facility offerings. I think that the alternate uses could benefit from a broader geographic scope of analysis, one that we would be undertaking in connection with or as part of a Parks and Recreation Master Plan update. I may take the opportunity to comment on that. I look forward to a robust discussion of the scope of a Parks and Recreation Master Plan update at some point in future. And as part of that scope, I would like to see a use or an exploration, including in the discussion, the use of school property. So tennis used to be focused at the Howesound Secondary School, 1970s and further. Also, the swimming pool was there, of course, too. And we had a very active tennis community based at that Howesound Secondary School facility. So I think that I look forward to a broad look at or a robust look at the potential scope of a Parks and Recreation Master Plan. In the meantime, I would prefer to see that tennis be the focus at Eagle Wind. Thank you.
Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks. Through the chair, I'm not going to support the motion on the floor because I think that the courts should be considered for, don't hate me, pickleball courts, with the caveat that only silent equipment should be used and there be a strong communication with the inhabitants. I do not think that we should sink over $500,000. I mean, we just had a giant conversation about Class D estimates, so I'm going to assume that's going to be more like $700,000 into refurbishing these courts for tennis. I think our best course of action is either to reopen it as pickleball courts and understand if there is not an appetite for that, or we reopen the courts to the public effective immediately to use as a multi-use facility with minimal upgrades and an associated minimal cost. Like maybe this is a good place for the, I forget the word for it, the hitting wall. You know what I mean? The backboard, whatever it's called, for tennis, on half of the court, and open use on the other side with no infrastructure, or maybe basketball hoops so kids can use it for learning to ride a bike and street hockey and like their own creative uses, like what's happening now. And so, yeah, but to Councillor Hamilton's point, I agree. This is a public amenity. There has to be a certain acceptance of noise and inconvenience because, frankly, people are noisy and inconvenient, as is living in community. So it's just kind of part of life. So there has to be a certain acceptance of inconvenience for these community assets. That's the entire point of these community assets. So, I mean, obviously it's not the entire point. It's not entirely about inconveniencing people, but there should be enjoyment and usage of these spaces. And just to reiterate, I'm also very supportive of engagement with the community for their input of what they want to see used. But, again, to Councillor Hamilton's point, sometimes these things evolve fairly organically, and that's what we're kind of seeing is a space to be used in that capacity of even just having a spot where it's safe to play hockey and stuff like that. Like kids are losing these spaces as we densify. So that might be a suitable use and of minimal cost to the district. So those would be my options. Thanks.
Councillor Pettingill, and then I'll put myself on the list and come back around.
I was going to say to one of my other colleagues who sort of, I think, implied that some of us were interested in seeing a return of pickleball, which I didn't think anyone was saying. I certainly wasn't, but I guess someone was interested in that, so I won't make that comment. But I will support the motion. I think that some of the more holistic planning and analysis that some of my other colleagues have spoken about, that is the master, the Fields and Rec Master Plan will do that work. And so let's just get that asset used in the meantime. And I, sometimes we do maybe over consult and over plan. Other times maybe not enough. In this instance, I feel like I don't see it in its current state being functional for pickleball. So for me, that's not a huge concern. I would rather just, while we sort out next steps, even if they're interim, just give the community access. But at least having some interim uses, ideally the more flexible, the better. And I hope we can really constrain the level of planning and work we're doing around this. Like for me, I'd like to see a really quick turnaround and getting that usable in whatever form, and just let kids play, and they'll figure it out. They always do.
Thank you for everybody's comments. I will support the motion on the floor. I think I would have preferred to see just like an envelope of funding and let staff run with it, as opposed to it necessarily coming back to council and us just providing some direction here, which to me is similar to the lines that Councillor Pettingill just commented on of, I do see more fulsome engagement happening in 2027. And to me, this is an interim measure to get this functional and accessible to our community for that time. So whether, like, I don't want to pour $500,000 into turning these back into tennis courts today, if in a year's time we have a more fulsome discussion around where tennis is best located across our community. What I don't want is for this asset to remain stranded for another 3 years by the time that master plan is done. I will say there were a number of reasons why we got there, but it's disheartening that 3 years ago, we didn't put the $50,000 in to transform that into a functional space for community. And it has been sitting there deteriorating with holes in the courts that have then gone through freeze thaw cycles and now mean that the court as it is probably will require $500,000 of investment to turn it back. And so I think what I am most interested in is how quickly, and I don't want to do a huge amount of community engagement, some insight on what people would like to use it for, great. But is how quickly can we get it back in the hands of community for the least amount of money to bridge us to the end of the Parks and Rec master plan. So we have more fulsome idea as to how we integrate this asset into our community more broadly. But I will support the motion on the floor because I trust that staff will take the feedback that they heard today and if need be, come back to us with a budget request for how we reallocate that money. Did anybody have any further comments they wanted to make? Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. I won't be supporting the motion. I'm leaning towards the staff recommendation. If this doesn't make it across the line, I'll work with Councillor Anderson to get that in front of us.
Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, I'll be supporting this motion on the floor. I think my vision had been slightly more aligned with Councillor Stoner's, where give staff an envelope of money and let them make the decisions so that they can make it rapidly and effectively. However, with that, I'm hoping that staff can take that as a signal that I'm not hoping for 6 months of engagement. I'm hoping for staff to just apply their minds, think about the best ways that this facility can be brought back to the community quickly for on the order of $50,000. Thanks. With a sign that says no pickleball, maybe.
No, I'm not seeing any other hands. I will call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? Councillor Anderson, Councillor Greenlaw, and Councillor French opposed. Motion carries. Council, anything further on this topic? Not seeing any. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead.
Motion to terminate this meeting, please, Councillor Stoner.
Seconded by Mayor Herford. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, everybody. And thanks, staff, for the presentation.